once. Flash tells her that he's given them so many chances.
Nothing's working right. Thank you, Bravo, wherever you are. Alright, you know what? I've already fucked this stream up enough. Let's move on to the next story.
Welcome to the Full Story series, where we take some of our older videos and combine them into one giant epic, an audio drama for the ages. Today,
sorry for the viewers out there, I'm still getting used to this. I guess my chat's not going to work.
So the way that this one's going to work is we're going to give you the beginning of Darkseid War. We're then going to lead to when the Justice League became the gods, which is what they become in this. So then we'll do all of their individual tie-ins.
I don't get it. This was all working fine yesterday when I was testing it.
But we're not going to end there. Following that, we're going to show you the journey of Darkseid, because all of that is basically the epilogue to Darkseid War. So this contains Darkseid War, the Darkseid War tie-ins, and the epilogue to the entire
shit to work today.
Darkseid War. I hope you guys enjoy. If you're wondering where you are, this is Comicstorian. We like to take the lore of comic books, video games, and movies and break them down into audio dramas, allowing you to keep up with your favorite storylines on your busy day. Enjoy. Our tale begins with a man working his way into the deep depths of Apocalypse, the home of Darkseid and his army. The man's name is Scott Breen. He was from New Genesis, the home of the New Gods.
Alright.
When he was 7,
looks like we're getting into Darkseid War now.
Were exchanged in an effort to broker peace. It didn't work, as Scott was thrown into the slave pits where he was forgotten. Years passed, but eventually, he learned to pick the lock and set himself free. And slowly but surely, he worked his way around Apocalypse. Until eventually, he was able to break away completely and get himself to Earth, where he took the name Scott Free, and he now goes by the superhero name Mr. Miracle. But that's where he started, not where he is now. He's breaking into Darkseid's vaults to steal himself a mother box, because rumors have been started that Darkseid is preparing for a war. He's been making more parademons from the poor souls of every world that he's conquered in the entire multiverse. And in order to stop him, Mr. Miracle will need the help of one group. The
thing I don't understand is that I haven't changed anything like in that regard.
They've been dealing with a few changes recently. While they still have Superman, Batman, Flash, Green Lantern, Cyborg, and Wonder Woman, there are now a few new members of the roster ever since the events of Forever Evil and the Amazo virus. There is an individual called Power Ring that is using the evil Green Lantern ring from Earth 3 for good as a member of the Justice League now. And Lex Luthor and Captain Cold have both been invited onto the Justice League.
I'm using Streamlabs now to
but ever since the event
varying
of Forever
success.
Evil, they are also now working closely with Colonel Trevor. And Shazam is officially a member of the team now. Flash, Batman, Shazam, Cyborg, Wonder Woman, and Colonel Trevor are all investigating an odd string of murders.
Alright, let's see how this does now.
Black, and the killers have all vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Superman and Lex Luthor are making their way into Lex Luthor's bunker to check on the status of Neutron after the events.
Text is a little small too. You know what?
Ever since they stopped him, cancer has slowly been killing him.
Increase the font.
Luthor doesn't think that there is anything he can do to save him.
Make it 32.
So, Superman challenges Lex Luthor to cure cancer, and Captain Cold snickers because he gets to watch Lex Luthor take that challenge. Back on Apocalypse, Mr. Miracle is looking for a woman that Darkseid has his soldiers looking for, by the name of Myrina Black.
Alright.
When Darkseid himself appears,
let's try another
stare at each other, and Mr. Miracle throws a disc at Darkseid that doesn't even throw him off his footing. Darkseid's eyes then begin to fill with power as he fires his eye beams at Mr. Miracle, destroying the ground that he's standing on, knocking Mr. Miracle over.
I think it'll stay now.
Then Darkseid walks over and places a single boot onto Mr. Miracle's entire body. So Scott struggles to reach out for the mother box that he came here for, and he tells it, "Mother box, get me out of here."
They got a few fonts on. Actually, you know what? In Botrix, they do not let me change.
As the Flash is talking to Power,
they kind of let me do, sorta.
Because someone is climbing out of his mouth, boom tubing onto the earth through the Flash's body.
Yeah, I'll play around with it later.
Declaring first blood. And then everyone can see her draped in dark.
How you doing, Bravo? Sorry I missed your messages earlier.
Realizing that he is a threat even without powers, so she decides
going through some technical difficulties, as you can see.
Striking him in the exact locations to take him out of the fight. Then, as Cyborg fires a beam at her, she sees the technology of the mother box inside of him and demands it. She shoves him to the ground and begins tearing off pieces of his armor and throwing them aside before she's hit by Shazam. Shazam then runs over to Cyborg's aid, but she grabs Shazam by the head and stabs him through the stomach.
Yeah, man, I kind of got to the same place with it. I don't know.
With a lasso, demanding to know who she.
Like the new Survivor Pass that they have, like the cool stuff in it seems so unattainable. Like it's cool that they have like 100 levels for it, but it doesn't really guarantee shit. So I've yet to see anyone in the game too that got the Lamborghini. I don't know, once you start spending enough money to put down a down payment on a real Lambo, might be time to make a different choice. I might try to get back into Helldivers 2. I don't know, maybe next week. Still kind of trying to, like, step away from the game long enough where it could feel sort of new again. Because I do want to complete the battle, the War Bond in Helldivers 2. I just lack motivation lately to do it. I just don't feel like it. Yeah, I gotta see where this fish is. And is it even... Nope, it's not even the right weather anymore. Alright, so now we gotta go to a different place. Let's see if the desert has what I want right now. Nope, not the desert. Oh, wait. Yes, the desert. I can fish in the fog at the desert. Alright, let's do that. You know, something tells me that's by design. Something tells me that's not an accident. There was literally, I forget which Marvel artist it was, but there was this one Marvel artist that was famous for literally just using porn to, like, make character expressions and, like, poses. So he would just, like, watch porn, pause it, and then draw, like, the O face of some woman to put in, like, a normal comic book panel. So, like, you could be like reading a Fantastic Four comic, and you know, Mr. Fantastic and Mrs. Fantastic are talking, and she'll just have this look on her face like she was in the middle of orgasming for no reason. They're just sitting there talking about cookies or whatever, you know? It's the weirdest art style. This is one of the most horny artists I've ever seen in my life. But yeah, no. Sex in comic books.
The woman manages to get free, so Wonder Woman calls up Superman, telling him that the League is under attack. She has no idea who this is because the lasso didn't work. But the woman overhears and tells her, "It is no secret. I am an Amazon, and I'm completing the mission that we were created for." With that statement, she hits Wonder Woman's braces with the full power of her eye beams, shattering them before tackling Wonder Woman and bringing her to the ground. Back in the bunker with Lex Luthor and Superman, Lex brings Superman into his armory, where he has a new power suit, entirely powered by kryptonite. If Wonder Woman's in trouble, he's gonna need it.
I'm seeing how I'm supposed to
that as another secret evil plan that Lex Luthor has, and he tells him, between this and the Amazo virus, the League is done with you, Lex. So Lex turns on Superman, hitting him with a blast of power from his suit, telling him, "Who are you to decide?" And then someone shoots Lex Luthor, and he falls into Superman's arms. As Superman sees the shooter is Lena Luthor, Lex's sister. Don't be surprised, Superman. Everyone hates him. Meanwhile, back at the battle, the Green Lantern flies in to take out the Mystery Woman, only to have her send his energy back.
I have no idea what that is. I'm on a mission today with fishing. I got these 2 or 3, nope, 3 fish that I want to catch in this game. And it's a complete fucking pain in the ass. What is Naraka blade point?
Calling to the darkness. And the anti-monitor arrives on
patterns
Earth
that
from
must
the beacon.
occur for certain.
Back with Superman and Lex,
This means you have to wait for certain weather patterns in sequence.
And they all go to
and then you fish in the last part of the chain when all conditions have been met. Oh, fuck my life with this. So not only do I need to fish at a specific time in the weather, but I need other weathers to happen before I get to the weather. I don't like it. Do not like it.
Wonder Woman looks up at him. What are you? Oi.
So that means I can't...
At that moment, Metron appears to our heroes, and using his boom tube, he teleports
According to the
them
rules
all
of this
away from the
game...
Anti-Monitor and the mystery woman. The
Yeah, I'm
Anti-Monitor
fucked.
then looks down at the woman.
I can't get it here.
You will bring me your father. And she tells
There's no...
Darkseid
There's
is
no heat
already
waves
on his
coming.
way. Mybrina Black brings Mr. Miracle into her base of operations as she
What does that mean
explains
for my
that she
other
is
fish?
completing the mission of the Amazons, the one that they
Oh,
forgot.
son of a
To
bitch.
save
No
the
wonder I
world
haven't
from
caught
war,
these yet.
and she wants his help. She explains that she knew the Dark God was out there,
Oh,
that
co-pilot.
Darkseid was going to enslave the entire multiverse, so she created a weapon by having his daughter, Grail. She then sent Grail across the multiverse to find the one being capable of defeating Darkseid, and she found him, the Anti-Monitor, and she brought him to me.
Okay,
Mr.
so I guess I'm
Miracle
not
is
gonna
shocked.
catch these
You
two. What
started
about this
war.
fucker?
Here, billions will die. War is not free. There's always a cost.
This one doesn't
And
need a weather
obviously,
chain, but
we
I do
don't
need
want the
thunder,
same things.
which
And she
isn't coming
lunges
for a
at him.
while.
Mr. Miracle makes a break for it, asking the Mother Box to bring him somewhere with friends. And boom!
Guess I'll just keep an eye on the time
Over
and
with
wait for
Metron
the
and
thunder to
Justice League,
come.
everyone
Then I'll
wants
go
to know
for
what's
that
going on,
next.
and Hal
It's
explains
really the only
that
one
this
I
is
have a
Metron.
chance
While
at
he may
right
claim to be a
now.
good guy, he's not. I dealt with him recently when the
I guess in the meantime, I'll do some dungeons.
Find a White Lantern ring. And Metron explains that he was only there to observe. He
Gotta
observes
change
all.
into my
He has seen the Justice
ninja
League save
gear.
the world multiple times, but this is not the time for them to save it. It is time for them to say goodbye to
Ah,
the
God, I hate
So
the
Wonder
weather
Woman throws her
chain
lasso on him
bullshit.
and demands to know who is the Anti-Monitor. And Hal tells her it won't work. He doesn't have the knowledge. It's in the chair. He's basically plugged into a giant Wikipedia. So she asks again, differently, how do I get my answers? And he tells her.
All right, let's see what Copilot
she
told me
yanks him
about this
off of the
game.
chair. The chair begins to teleport itself away, but Batman runs over to it and he sits down.
Battle
and then all
Royale.
of the power and knowledge of the universe shoots through Batman, connecting him to the chair. He can see all. He can understand all. He knows the answers to everything. So he asks,
I might get
who
to
killed
it.
my parents? Joe Chill, right. I knew that. What's the Joker's true name? No, that's not possible. And then Wonder Woman stops.
I do
him.
like the
"Bruce,
Asian
are you
aesthetic,
okay?"
so...
Of course, Diana. I'm a god now.
oh yeah, I was
And
gonna
he
do a
asks
dungeon.
Another question. Who is the Anti-Monitor? That is the only thing
Hey.
that my Mobius chair doesn't know, he tells the group. And then realizing that he just told them that it was his chair, everyone tells him to get off before it does any serious damage. And he smiles. I have this under control. Back on Apocalypse, Superman and Lex are trying to figure out why they're there, because Superman's X-ray vision doesn't seem to be working. Then, all of the slaves on the planet begin to attack Lex and Superman, chanting, "Death is freedom! Death to Superman!" Lex manages to blast them all off of Superman, and then Superman punches the ground, sending them all flying. So Lex looks on in horror as Superman is bleeding. The planet isn't near the sun and is depleting Superman's powers fast. Meanwhile, back with the Justice League and the new god of knowledge, Batman, Mr. Miracle boom tubes in, and he grabs Wonder Woman's lasso so that he can tell them that he is a
Where the
friend
fuck is the
and
main-
he is here
there
to
it
help.
is.
He has a new plan to get the Anti-Monitor to leave Earth, and he wants everyone's help to do it. He needs them all to come with him. Batman refuses, saying that he's going into the depths of the multiverse to find the answer to who the Anti-Monitor is. And Hal Jordan tells him that if he's going to space, that's my domain. I'll go with you. Mr. Miracle then chains Metron to a post nearby,
This
and
is the
everyone heads off to their
card
missions,
area.
while
Yeah.
Metron smiles.
Play some card games while I'm waiting for the dungeon.
Superman and Lex keep running on the planet Apocalypse, trying to avoid all of the slaves and the parademons until they find themselves boxed in and Superman unable to fly. So Lex Luthor holds his hand out. Take my hand and trust me, Superman. Back on Earth, the heroes appear before Grail, just at the same moment that Darkseid booms tubes in. Power Ring turns to Wonder Woman. Who do we fight? And Wonder Woman wonders, who is the lesser of these two evils? Over on Apocalypse, Lex Luthor and Superman are flying through the skies using Lex's suit, but the parademons can fly, and Lex isn't fast enough, so he flies over a pit of solar energy, and he drops Superman. The theory is that Superman will be granted his
for
powers
fuck's
again
sake.
and be able to save them. But as Superman falls through the fires, burning his own skin, Lex realizes that something is wrong. Because Superman rises up, all blacked out, shouting,
Well, I guess now's the
"I should've told
time
you a long time
for a
ago,
good
Lex.
smoky
He is
boob.
now the god of strength." Deep in the multiverse, Batman and Hal are traversing it, looking for the origins of the Anti-Monitor, and it brings them to the destroyed Earth 3, the home of the evil Justice League. But this isn't where they stop.
Oh my god, I know how to play the game, lady. I just want your card.
While back on Earth, the Anti-Monitor and Darkseid are slugging it out with such force that everyone is being thrown down. While this is happening, Grail is battling against her brother Calabec as she manages to scar his eyes, and then Wonder Woman leaps in to continue her fight with Grail. But back on Apokolips, Superman is now hovering over Lex, and then, in one move, kills all of the parademons. He then hovers over Lex once again, and Lex, with sweat beating down his forehead, is scared.
Spanky.
Lex, did you honestly think that you ever stood a chance against me? You've only ever come close because of one reason. He then winds his arm up ready
Do I have to listen to the rules every time we play?
Back on Earth, everyone is trying to stop the Anti-Monitor and Darkseid, but it's all worthless. So the Anti-Monitor enacts his plan, and he summons the Black Racer, death itself, to the battlefield. During this, Batman and
They should just give you the card on this tutorial, lady. What sense is there making you do the tutorial more than once for reward?
Because of it. Free will is at the center of the entire universe, and the white light is where everything comes from. Batman and the Green Lantern both stand at the source of all creation, at least where it was, until the being known as Mobius unleashed it. Mobius, the man that invented the Mobius chair that Batman is sitting on, the first man to seek out the knowledge of the creation of the universe. Batman then realizes that Darkseid doesn't know the truth. He doesn't know the truth about the anti-life equation, the thing that he's been seeking since his inception.
I see.
Mobius
you don't need to tell me how to play the game.
That is why he became the Anti-Monitor. While they figure this out, the Anti-Monitor points to the Flash and he turns him into the host of death. The Black Racer becomes the Flash. And then the Anti-Monitor turns the Flash on Darkseid. I know your one weakness, Darkseid.
Thank God.
I was changed into this because I held what you wanted, and I am bound to it forever. The anti-life equation is in my veins.
I guess I already had it.
Power and the speed of the
Flash
it lied
to me. It lied.
Darkseid. As Darkseid hits the ground in a pool of his own blood, Wonder Woman begins to hear laughter from the god of laughter, Gelios. Darkseid is dead. But can a god die? Is it true, Motherbox? Mr. Miracle asks. Yes, Darkseid is dead. Scott, you are free. Shazam hovers nearby. Shouldn't we be worried about the fact the Anti-Monitor has up and left with his army? I mean, he didn't even stick around to gloat. Did I do that? The Flash asks, standing nearby looking at his hands. Mr. Miracle looks at him. No. The Black Racer did, Flash, not you. The Black Racer was Darkseid's ultimate weapon, but it needed to be bound to a host. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing, Mr. Miracle? Because all of the previous hosts are all... I'm not them. I don't want to escape death. I want to control it! Flash, god of death! Meanwhile, back at Apokolips, Superman is floating near Lex Luthor, completely covered in black and white. Can you hear it, Luthor? I can. Across Apokolips, the mother
cards rank increases in proportion to the number of cards of the same type already played.
And he grabs Lex Luthor by the head, and he begins to lift him off
no sense to me. Do cards have types now?
Pits are tearing you apart. You need my help before it destroys you. I don't need your help, Luthor. I'm going home. But you aren't going anywhere. He then tears Lex Luthor's suit off of him, and he throws him to the ground. Never come back to Earth. Then, Superman, god of strength, leaves the planet. Lex calls for Superman to wait, but it's too late. He's already left the planet. Over, somewhere else in the multiverse, with Batman and Green Lantern, Batman, the god of knowledge, informs Green Lantern that the war is over. Darkseid is dead. What about the Anti-Monitor, Bats? He touched the anti-life equation. It turned him into that creature. And now that that is over, I can
hate
turn
this
my
game
attention
type,
back
whatever
to
it
what
is.
important. I need to be the Batman that Gotham needs. No, you need to get the hell out of that chair.
Oh, yeah.
As the Green Lantern reaches out for Batman, he feels a shock of pain. Without Darkseid, the parademons are without.
He does some pretty sick shit in the chair, as I recall, Batman. Like he goes to the prison at one point where his parents' killer is held and just like tortures them. Like every night. For as long as he had the chair, I think.
Lex Luthor is stranded and alone. Well, not alone. As a hook comes flying out of nowhere to capture him.
No sense to me. Why is this a +1? Why do you get a +1?
Blood, and a woman in rags walks over with a small army. Stand him up. I am Ardora, the leader of the Forgotten People. Is that supposed to impress me? If you knew us, it would. What do you want with me? Maybe nothing? Maybe everything. The blind prophet has written that on the night of Darkseid's death, a human would walk through the ashes of Apocalypse and everything would change. It is written that this human is a great hero from a place called Metropolis, and he has saved that world many times. And he will bring us hope. Are you this
Beat my
man?
asshole.
Lex Luthor wipes the blood from his mouth and looks up to her. Yes. Yes, I
These
am.
rules make
And
no
then
fucking
She hits
sense.
him with lightning. Meanwhile, back with the rest of the league, Wonder Woman, Cyborg, Power Ring, and Shazam. Shazam suddenly
How do
screams
you
out in
get
pain. The new
plus
gods are
one
calling to you.
when you?
And he
It's your
rockets
first
into the
card.
sky.
You haven't
Shazam,
played another card of
God
the same
gods.
type. The
With
fucking
Shazam
rules
and
don't make
Flash
sense by
gone,
its own
Cyborg
admission.
asks Wonder Woman what they should do next.
Make
They
it
are
make
controlled
sense.
By Darkseid's children. Do not worry about them. Father is dead, and so are you. Back with Lex Luthor, he wakes up attached to a bunch of machines with the ceiling opening up. They explain that if he is truly the hero that he claims, his test is now, as the Omega Effect returns to the planet. It hits Lex Luthor with the full force of the Omega Effect, and he begins to feel this new power entering his body, and he declares, Darkseid is dead. Long live Lex Luthor, God of Apocalypse. Back on Earth, Wonder Woman lunges into battle with the children of Darkseid, and while she's clashing with the biggest of the brutes, Power Ring and Cyborg take on the smaller of them, and then Mr. Miracle tackles Kanto, the leader of the children. Luckily,
Alright,
Barda
there's
shows
one
up and
card
stabs
down.
Kanto through the throat, causing a massive explosion. Steve Trevor asks who she is, and Mr.
By the
Miracle
recommended
explains,
deck.
yeah, that's my
See what
wife.
it gets
As she
me.
leaps in to help Wonder Woman. Mr. Miracle asks why she's here, and she explains to end this. They were supposed to be on their honeymoon, but he clarifies, no one can know we're together if Granny and the Furies find out. But Barda stops him and gives him a passionate kiss, which makes even Wonder Woman and Steve Trevor uncomfortable. Barda then asks Darkseid's children why they fight. Darkseid is dead, and they state that while he is dead, they live on, and they will do this for him, for Kalibek. And once they finish here, they will find the Anti-Monitor and finish him as well. Back on the Rock of Eternity, Metron, the new god that the Justice League left there chained up, has freed himself, and he's wandering through the halls. Without his share of knowledge which Batman took, he can't get out of this mystical place. And as he walks through, the woman in the mirror, someone who speaks to Billy Batson, sees him and asks him if he traded the safety of the universe for his own soul. Because if Mobius, also known as the Anti-Monitor, gets his chair back, the universe is doomed. He smashes the mirror, demanding quiet. Over with Wonder Woman, she explains her plan. She is guessing that the crime syndicate from Earth 3 might know what is going on. Superwoman, Ultraman, and Owlman have been on this Earth ever since they attempted to invade and defeated the Justice League, only to be defeated by Lex Luthor. This was an event known as Forever Evil, but Wonder Woman thinks that they may know what the Anti-Monitor is doing because they fled their world as he destroyed it. Steve Trevor explains that this is a problem, though, because the remaining members of the crime syndicate are being held by Argus as Level 0 inmates. No one, not even the Justice League, can see them. Mr. Miracle stops him right there. He can get Wonder Woman and the remaining members of the League into the secure location. So Wonder Woman decides that since they can't even reach the Justice League, she'll go get them herself. So they jump through Cyborg's boom tube, and Steve Trevor asks Diana why she's worried. He's never seen her worried, and she explains that because an Amazon started all of this. An Amazon that she has never seen, nor has she even heard of. One that carried Darkseid's baby and used it to start this war. This caused the League to split apart and turn into gods. She doesn't worry often, but she also doesn't get cold often. And today, she is both. And that's when Superman, the god of strength, appears behind them and lifts Steve Trevor up. Am I interrupting?
I better make an ascension
Meanwhile,
deck.
Batman, the god of knowledge, is looking for the Joker. Just as the Anti-Monitor finishes whatever he's doing with an explosion, the Flash is trying to outrun death. As the ball of power leaves the Anti-Monitor, Shazam is coping with his new powers. Once the ball grows closer to Grail, the daughter of the Amazon Diana spoke of, Green Lantern is getting closer to Gotham to save Batman from himself. Back at Grail, she reaches out for the ball. The anti-life equation! Lex Luthor is accepting his role as the god of Apocalypse. And as all of this is happening, Grail becomes the goddess of the anti-life. During the
No
Dark
idea
Side
there were
War
even
Act
types.
1, Anti-Monitor turned Barry Allen into the host for the Black Racer, the entity of death. With his
go
mission
time.
of killing Darkseid over, what's next? Barry stares down at his hands with everyone looking at him. Did I just kill
Wait on
Darkseid?
somebody.
Mr. Miracle looks at him. No, the Black Racer did, Flash, not you. The Black Racer is Darkseid's ultimate weapon, but it needed to be bound to a host. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing, Mr. Miracle? Because the previous hosts are all, I'm not them. I don't want to escape death. I want to control it. A ghost of someone close
buddy,
to Barry
don't
then
be
appears.
AFK.
He stops. Who?
Good.
That's the moment that Barry uses to break free from the Black Racer, separating himself from death, and he runs as fast as he can to get away from it. The Black Racer gets hot on his trail, keeping himself within inches of Barry. You
Why
are
they gotta
wrong.
call him the Black
Everything that has
Racer?
ever lived has exactly the same thought. They are no longer living. You must accept me. No! The Flash shouts, running as fast as he can. Faster than the fastest man alive has ever run. How can the Flash conquer death if even Darkseid couldn't? Death is different to Barry because death was what created the Flash. It killed his mother, which drove him to become the Flash.
Looks like
it
the
means
sexy
something
kitty
to
is
him.
our
At
tank.
that moment, the Black Racer catches up and throws the Flash to the ground,
Even
where he
got
can see
paws.
himself in front of his mother's tombstone. And then death appears before him. Take my hand, Barry. Unless you accept death, the entire universe as you know it will end. Look now and tell me what you see. The Flash looks over what appears to be Central City, and then he shows Barry life. Then Barry sees himself running after the Black Racer as he approaches the innocents to kill them. And he stops and he destroys death. Then all of the people around him die, decaying in front of him. This is the future, Barry. Do you see it? You are not a man. Not anymore. You are a god. And Barry stepped in, allowing the tears to flow from his eyes. Everyone I've ever known, ever fought for will die, no matter what I do. Yes, life is brief and precious and beautiful because of this. The Black Racer must run. It has to happen for the universe to continue, or it will break, and all life will end. You must take one life, Barry, or there will be no lives to save. He then appears in front of Iris. Thought of you, Iris. Why did I think of you? She turns around surprised. Flash? There's no way to explain this, Iris. I've become the Black Racer, the Grim Reaper. I'm the one that people will see just before they die. She walks over and wipes a tear from his face. I can help you, Flash. We can deal with this together. And then something wakes up in the Flash. Oh, Iris. That is why I came for you. He then fills with death and becomes the Black Racer again, taking a swipe at Iris. One life, so the universe can survive. But just as he's about to kill her, he breaks free. No! You still refuse after I've explained it to you. You'd rather the universe end than take one life? Yes! But I must have a tether. Very well, then if this is your choice, perhaps I could use Daniel West instead. Or maybe Gorilla Grodd. Do you think that he would enjoy wielding such power? Defeated, the Flash thinks again. One life? Yes! Okay, you got it. I'm gonna kill the Black Racer. What? The Flash then wields the Black Racer's sight. This is your weapon, so I'm thinking it can kill you. No! You can't do that! The Flash chases the Black Racer until he catches up to a terrified Black Racer and he kills him! Finally triumphant, the Flash runs to the Salt Flats, where he realizes he didn't stop anything. He just released death because it no longer has a tether. He then watches as the entire universe dies. And that's when the Flash realizes what he has to do. One life has to end to save everyone that he cares about.
This is where we get to kill it?
One life has already ended. It ended a long time ago, back in actual reality. The Flash stands before the Justice League still. All of this has happened in his mind in the last couple of seconds. The Speed Force and the power of death combined. I am the Black Racer, now and forever! And that is the Flash's tie into the Darkseid war. Batman sits in his chair over Jim Gordon, looking down on him while they are both standing on the roof of the GCPD. Jim, why do you use the bat signal? It's a relic of the past. We don't need it anymore. Felt like shining it one last time before we melted it down in the scrap. By your tone, I can tell that you are not embracing my change. Do not fear, as your concerns are unwarranted. What I have since you've been in that damn chair is an overworked justice system. We can't hold the amount of perks you're bringing in. There is no legislation for what people might do. There is no might. Like the man who sat in this chair before me, I can see what was and what is. I am plugged into people's thoughts throughout this city, and I am able to alter the timeline to prevent actions from occurring. Alter it, huh? Make all the damn boo-boos all better? I'm saving lives by striking preemptively, and that's all that matters. Does your chair come from a world where there's no more crime, no more murder, no more wars? It doesn't. Then you're kidding yourself into thinking that change is going to come. But at that moment, Batman gets a ping from his chair, and he is gone. I still hate when he does that. He appears in front of a car full of individuals with weapons ready to do some really bad things. And then, boom! He warps them all to the Antarctic. Says the GCPD can't do anything about people that haven't actually committed their crimes yet. Batman will punish them in his own way, and he leaves them there. Because as he puts it, it's plenty of time for them to rethink their actions as they wait for the Navy ship to draw near. Then, boom! He warps back to Gotham where he appears in front of a man that was intending to possibly kill his ex-wife. He then warps him to the island of the Amazons to get a proper punishment for a man that enjoys beating on women. Then, Batman decides that it's time to help himself, and he boom tubes to the moment that his parents died. He tries to catch the bullet, but he can't change the past, only watch it. He then stares at Joe Chill, the man that murdered his parents, and demands that the chair bring him to Joe Chill right now. He boom tubes into Joe Chill's cell, and he knocks out his cellmate before cornering Joe Chill against the wall. Joe tries to call for the guards, but Batman puts up a sight and sound shield, preventing anyone from hearing what's going on. He demands to know what it's like living behind bars. Does he feel that he deserves better? Does he feel that he is beyond this? He then boom tubes Joe Chill to the alley where he killed the Waynes, and Joe tells him,
"Oh yeah,
I did
this
it.
is where he
I killed those
tortures
blue bloods
Joe
right
Chill."
here in this alley 20 years ago. That night, I had the power of life and death, and I'm probably that little boy's boogeyman right now. I'll bet you were. As a matter of fact, I'm sure of it," Batman tells him. Yeah, waking up screaming for his mommy and his daddy, seeing their eyes roll white as they gurgled on their guts. So Batman gets into Joe Chill's face. "I'm particularly interested in the bodies from this night." "Oh, why is that?" "Because I'm Bruce Wayne," he shouts, removing his mask. "Not possible. It can't be. Little boys grow up. I should have killed you that night." "Your first words is that you should have fired a gun into a child's face at point-blank range? Hearing you say that makes me want to blast you with an energy blast from this chair. But I have a better idea. What if I spread rumors around this prison? Just a few words whispered into the heads of the prisoners. Joe Chill created the Batman. Please, you can't, you won't. What do you think the odds of you screaming for your mommy and daddy when the big bad wolves come knocking? What kind of monster are you?" "I'm not a monster, Joseph. I'm your boogeyman. For God's sake, where is everyone?" Batman reaches down and he grabs Joe Chill by the
I'm kind of
face.
impressed that like nothing has happened so far. I mean, I can't get YouTube to work, but this game hasn't crashed. As far as I know, the stream hasn't gone down. Aside from keeping myself muted like an asshole.
Alfred asked him to please step off the chair and eat something.
And
But Batman
the
explained
chat
that his chair
seems to be
provides.
working out pretty
He has
good.
no need for sleep or food any longer. Alfred comments on the fact that Bruce is bleeding, and it might be time to get off and actually eat and drink like a normal human. But Bruce explains that he is bleeding because the chair is pushing back. It doesn't like someone who's as proactive as he is. But this chair, it's a gift. But Alfred interrupts him. "It's a curse that is enticing you, sir. I can get off at any time I want, Alfred. Is that so, sir?" So Batman
Said every addict ever.
finds that it isn't that easy. The chair won't just let him walk away. So he stops trying. Enough. If remaining in this chair allows me to be the perfect Batman 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, then so be it. An absolute Batman dealing absolute justice. And thanks to this chair, I will be able to narrow my focus from the many to the one. And that is Batman's tie-in issue to the Dark Side War. What about the other guys? Superman, Shazam, Green Lantern, Lex Luthor, The Flash. The Mother Box stands in front of John Stewart. "Will you be my god?" John puts out his last distress call as the parademons stomp him into the ground. "Hell, this is it. I've got nothing left. This is me dying. Here's my final message." The Mother Box grows even closer. "I ask again, Green Lantern John Stewart, will you be my god?" As Hal grows closer to Oa, he got John's last message. After Darkseid died, his parademons attacked Oa, millions of them. The Green Lantern Corps fought hard, but for every parademon they dropped, 10 more appeared, and the Green Lanterns were overwhelmed. Eventually, the parademons made their way to the central power battery, and they took one of the Mother Boxes and put it into the battery, joining the source of our power with the source of their power. They then took each of the defeated Green Lanterns one by one, and they brought them to the battery to ask if they would enter and become God. But we refused. Every Green Lantern told them that we lived as lanterns and we died as lanterns. So they killed us and they turned us into parademons. That's why I left you this message, to let you know that you are the last of us now, Hal. And you'll come back, and you'll fight, and you'll break. And when they ask you, remember who you are. Hal arrived and he began fighting against the parademons, his former friends. So while he removes them as threats non-lethally, He asks the ring, what is a mother box? The ring explains that mother boxes access energy from the source, allowing them all omni knowledge and the ability to understand everything and anything. They also provide telepathy, teleportation, energy manipulation, and energy transference. They also tie themselves to users and are loyal to them, like a ring. So Darkseid has a mother box that controls all of these parademons, and then he dies. So the mother box looks for someone as strong as he is. It senses the central power battery and it goes for it, but it learns that the power of the battery isn't conscious. The mother box needs a new master, a new god. Hal fights as many of the parademons as he can, but it's a pointless endeavor. But it does give him time to remember the loss of his own father. He lost his dad in a plane crash, and he always wondered, why would God allow this? Why would God kill his dad? Why would God just watch him die? But his father's friend explained that Hal was right. God did watch him die, because God's got no choice but to watch. He had to let it happen, because there's one thing that makes God different from everyone. God doesn't have free will. Everything God does is a necessity, and it has to be. His father's friend explains that we don't go to church to worship God. God comes to church to worship us, because we get to choose what we do. So the parademons finally beat Hal Jordan. They carry him to the mother box, and it asks him, will you be my god? You know, I can really see why the other fellas turned you down. We've all been trained not to exceed our authority. I was never one for the cautious. You want a god? My name is Hal Jordan, and my father cut the sky open. With that, the mother box accepts him, and it begins to change him, fill him with power, envelop him. And Batman knows exactly what is happening. He sees all as the god of knowledge, and he knows Jordan is about to see the true purpose of the Justice League. Hal admits he finally understands. He can see everything. He understands everything. He is the god of light. First thing he does is ask the Mother Ring, can he return things to the way they were before the attack? And the Mother Ring replies, you are now a god, Hal Jordan. Just say the word, King. And in an instant, there are 7,200 Green Lanterns, 10 Guardians, and 0 Parademons on the planet. And 1 god. The ring explains that he is no longer bound by time and space. He is light. He is everywhere. Hal Jordan then falls to his knees. I don't know what to do. He remembers back to the night in the church with his friend's father, and he appears there. He actually arrives at that time, and he hears the speech again about how God had to watch his father die because God has no free will. He thinks on this. No free will. He has to watch everything. So he asks, Mother Ring, can you destroy yourself and bring me home? Just say the word, Hal Jordan. King. The planet returns to its state before the attack. Along with Hal Jordan returning to his previous state, the ring tells him that there are now 2,701 Lanterns, 10 Guardians, no demons, no gods. And Hal takes off into space telling himself he should have done it, but he couldn't. Why couldn't he be a god? And his ring answers him. Gods have no free will. You are Green Lantern of Sector 2814.1, and you are not willing to give that up. Yeah. Okay, now set a course for Gotham on Earth. When I wore the Mother Ring, I saw what Batman was going to do with that Mobius chair, and no one deserves that much pain. And while en route, let's see if we can cut the sky open. He now stands in a crater in the middle of Philadelphia, stunned as new beings are trying to speak in his head, trying to command him, tell him where to go. But one voice breaks through. The wizard that granted Billy his powers originally. Batson, listen to me. The old Pantheon is gone. Pantheon? What does that even mean? Wizard, you're alive? I tried to help you, to find new gods, but I was a fool. Run! Zonuz, if you set him free, he'll savage the universe. Billy is very confused, and he looks at his hands and he realizes that one of them is on fire. And one of the gods inside of his head tells him, this is my gift to the power of Shazam. The gods continue to argue within Shazam about the strength of his powers. What's a gift? Who's trying to hurt him? So as confused as he's ever been, Billy leaps into the air to fly away, and he can't. He hits the ground confused even further, and one of the other gods tells him the powers of Shazam have been redefined. He tells all of the voices to shut up. He can't.
I could probably do another dungeon.
But if he wants them to shut up,
for my
just say the word.
Fishy
so he shouts,
out.
"Shot!" and he's gone in a bolt of lightning. He appears in a garden.
Oh, yeah,
the voice tells him that he has reached the source, where all things come and return. The goddess Annabelle steps forward and explains. While the wizard grants Billy the title of Shazam, it is the gods that the deal is struck with, and Annabelle is one of the new pantheon that makes up Shazam. The shockwave from Darkseid's death disrupted the connection to the gods, and in a desperate attempt to not leave Shazam powerless, the wizard struck new deals with new gods. But before he could finish, Billy asks, who is Zanuz? He is something terrible, an ancient and putrid force, the first to wield the Torment Sanction, and the original god of evil. When he was finally defeated, he was sent back to the source as all gods are, but he hopes to use the power of Shazam to escape from the source once again. While you are our boy, Billy, and unable to withstand him, we are gods, and we hope to help you.
Ascension
Billy then
deck.
vanishes, and he stands in front of Sava, the dancer of
See what happens
destruction,
when I understand
and
the
god that
rules?
grants Billy his strength now. Sava explains that the gods intercepted Billy mid-lightning crack, and when he goes back, he'll be right in the middle of the fight with the wizard and Zanuz. They need to prepare him for his return. The god Sava calls him weak, so Billy snaps at him, and this impresses Sava. So he sends Billy to his next goddess. Her name is 8, the goddess of impulse, and she explains that he needs to keep Zanuz from getting the staff. If he can win. But if Zanuz gets the staff, all hope is lost. Then in another crack, Billy is at the next god, Hominder, the god of fire, art, and death. Billy asks if he's going to tell him what he needs to do also, but the god refuses and tells him that he'll tell him what Billy is. Shazam is a vessel for the might of the gods. Billy is lucky to be that vessel, but he is not essential. They are only with him until he fails, then he forfeits his gifts. But Billy tells him, really? A vessel? That's what we're gonna go with? You better rethink what I am. And in a crack, he goes to the next god. But there is no next god. It is the wizard battling against Zanuz. Zanuz demands the staff, but the wizard gives him a defining no. And then he takes a massive blast from Zanuz, throwing him to the ground. Billy sees him and he asks if he's okay, but the wizard tells him not to concern himself with him. Don't let Zanuz take the staff. Stop him! Billy looks up at Zanuz and asks, who is that? But Zanuz yells out, I am Zanuz, but like my son, I chose a different name. Yuga Khan, father of Darkseid. He holds the staff up and he declares that he has the power of 4 gods to bolster his own. And with this might, he'll punch a hole through the source itself to reclaim his son's throne, raise the earth, and deface it with volcanic swords. Billy looks up in shock. Darkseid? Oh my god, it's not over. You'll never reach Earth, never! And Yuga Khan hits him with the power of the staff and then begins to fly towards the hole in the swords. But that's when behind him he hears a young boy.
What?
You're not going anywhere.
I don't understand. 3 plus 6 is 9. Why did
Your
it be
plan
8?
was over before the
I
start.
guess it only counts for
And then Yuga
defense?
takes a swing at Shazam. So Shazam dodges it. He then punches the sword as Yuga throws it down on him. And then, with the lightning of Shazam, he punches it with his other fist, breaking the sword to pieces. Shazam then leaps into the beast of a god, and he shouts, Shazam! Bringing his magical lightning to the ground. He then turns back to Billy, but Yuga is defeated, and the wizard steps forward. He thanks Billy for saving him and getting the staff back, and then explains that the 5th god is him. The wizard himself is Billy's lightning. And the 6th god, to complete Shazam's powers, is Yuga Khan. His might will be enslaved for all of eternity as a penance for the eternity of sin. Then they walk towards the portal together, and Billy tells the wizard, so old gods, new tricks? What's next for Magic's champion? The true battle begins for the brand new Shazam! Back in Metropolis, people are beginning to wonder where Superman went. No one knows where he is because he is currently in space fighting against an alien on his way back home. He hits the alien hard, sending it into Earth's orbit, and the creature lands in the Daily Planet, taking out a wall as Superman lands on his chest, covered in black and white. People begin to question if that's really Superman. How can it be if he looks like that?
Dark
And he punches the
Superman?
suit of armor and rips the alien out. He then puts
They
him
ever
down.
gave that
You are
form a
not
name.
worthy to fight Superman. And he walks away. The alien calls out to him, oh, come back and say that to my face, you big ape! Superman ignores the alien and he leaves him there as he flies off, stating, I'm hungry. He goes to Melvin's diner where he super speeds to the counter and he demands apple pie. The diner owner Melvin walks over and he tries to make conversation with Superman. You know, I don't know about this new look, Superman. Remember when I shaved my beard? The cops arrested me for opening my own diner. They didn't know it was me. You feel me? Superman glares at him. Why would I? I'm not like you. I didn't mean anything by it. I thought, I said give me pie! Superman shouts, slamming his fist on the counter. But as the alien left the planet, he's released a black goo and it's begun spreading through the city.
Goo.
So Jimmy Olsen rides his bike to the diner where he walks in and he asks Superman, what's wrong with him? Superman half ignores Jimmy. I'm fine, Jimmy. Better than fine. Something's wrong with you. So Superman throws Jimmy out the window. Outside, the goo gets closer and closer to Jimmy and he begs for Superman to help. But Superman ignores him. Superman, Metropolis needs you. Why should I care about Metropolis?
Why did
I've been
that
recharged
work?
By the most powerful solar
I guess
energy
I
in
don't
existence,
understand the
and it's given
rules,
me
but
clarity,
I
Jimmy.
still win,
No matter
I
what
guess,
happens
so.
here, I'm not
What do I have
human.
to complain
It does
about?
matter. I'm your friend and I can help. Superman steps outside on that note. Help, help, help. It's
Winner
all
is
I hear.
me.
Why can't you help yourselves? Do you know how much time I've wasted saving this planet, only to have to do it again a few days later? It's
Did I
another
not?
cycle.
I could have
One that
sworn I joined the
finally
dungeon.
broken. What
Shit.
happened to you? I know the real you is still in there. You came to this diner because of Glenda. She swirls your froth in your coffee and shapes it like the symbol on your
Swirls
chest. You
your
came here because of
froth
Melvin, because he
in
treats you
your
like every
coffee.
other
I can't
customer in the
even say it
diner.
right.
He makes you feel normal. I'm not normal, Jimmy. As the goop begins to take Jimmy, he tells Superman, you hear more than the cry for help. You also hear our joyous laughter. You hear our adoration for you. In our hearts, you hear our love for you. Human or not, it doesn't matter as long as you're here. You'll never be alone. Superman lifts off the ground looking at the goop taking over Metropolis, and he cocks his head as he considers what Jimmy just said. He lets the goop take the city, and then he looks over it and sees nothing moving for miles until a pigeon lands on his shoulder, except for you. Then the pigeon leaves, and he begs it to stay. At that moment, the real Superman pokes through this god of strength and he realizes he doesn't want to be alone. He floats over the city and using his freeze breath, he freezes all of the black goo in the city and then he punches it, freeing all of Metropolis. Jimmy looks at Superman, the god of strength, and he realizes his friend is still in there. And realizing that he needs help, Superman leaves for space again. And our tale of the Darkseid War continues.
Be lying if I wasn't curious what that was.
Darkseid is dead. Long live Lex Luthor. A long time ago, Lex fell into a well and was all alone at the bottom. He called out for help. But only his father came to him and explained that he brought Lex on this trip to teach him how to be a man. Only the weak ask for help. The strong find a way to succeed. After his transformation, Ardora leads Lex to a hill to show him what this was all about, why they need a leader. She shows him the now free people
Oh, yeah, I
who
was
have lived
gonna-
their entire lives under the oppressive
let's go check
thumb
out that
of
event.
Darkseid as slaves.
While I
And
wait
here
for
I am, Lex tells her. So what exactly
dungeon.
is it you want me to do? She explains that while Darkseid is dead, there are still those that enforce his rule. With the power of Omega running through Lex's veins, they will free as many as they can. While she doesn't believe in his power, there are many who will. So Lex turns to her. Then why do I need you if the rest of them will follow me? He charges up some of his new Omega powers, and Ardora shouts for him to stop. He is unstable, but it's too late. He explodes. She walks over to see him dangling over the fire pits and tells him that he is a very angry man. You have no idea. She tells him to let go of his anger, that she can help him if he just lets go. She explains that reaching out for help isn't a sign of weakness. For a proud man like him, it's a sign of strength. Lex thinks back to one of his first meetings with Superman, when his plane was crash landing and Superman was offering his help. Superman flew next to him, offering his hand in aid. But Lex refused, and he let go of the plane, plummeting to the waters down below. He will never need help. He tells Ardora, only the weak need help. She tells him to reach out before it's too late, but he begins to fall into the fires, telling her that he can't. He can't do it. Even with him telling her that, she reaches down for him and she begins to fall into the pits with him. Let go of your past, Lex. Let go of all the anger. She falls in with him and they both begin to fall towards the fires down below. You are about to die for me. Why? Because I believe in hope, Lex. Then, with those words ringing in Lex's ears, he gains control of the Omega power inside of him and he flies the two of them out of the pit. He lands and he asks her how she did that.
Did I not?
She
Oh, I guess you gotta click it.
She didn't. He needed to open himself up to her and to it. The power of the Omega doesn't judge him. It simply wants to know who he really is. The first step to tearing down the walls was accepting her help. Gods need not be alone. I will stand beside you, Lex Luthor.
Fuck!
And so will your army.
Already lost.
He looks up to see every parademon
That
looking
it?
down
Do I
on him,
lose?
ready to do whatever he bids.
Oh.
Batman tells him, I'm never leaving this chair. And Hal asks him, how did you know I was gonna ask that? I could read your mind, Jordan. This chair has equipped me with the knowledge needed to save Gotham. So why did my ring find you here? In Ace Chemicals? What is this place? This is where the Joker. Something's wrong. Superman. He's in trouble? He is the trouble. Meanwhile, over with Wonder Woman, she is battling against Superman, the god of strength, ever since he was overpowered by the fire pits of Apocalypse. He blasts her into a car, demanding that she fight him properly. She refuses, putting her sword away, and then she runs at him, jumping over him, getting her lasso around him. You need my help, my patience, my love. No, I don't! While this is happening, Cyborg, Jessica Cruz, and Mr. Miracle are preparing to break into Belle Reve, the prison, to free the crime syndicate, the evil versions of the Justice League from Earth 3. They've been confined to Belle Reve ever since they were stopped during the Forever Evil event. The crime syndicate fought the Anti-Monitor before, and the Justice League was hoping that they could help them defeat this threat. So while Mr. Miracle's wife, Barda, is distracting the guards, Mr. Miracle breaks into Ultraman's cell to ask him, what does the Anti-Monitor want? Why is he here? And Ultraman tells him, to kill every last one of us.
Fuck my life with this.
Grail, the woman who started everything, the
no checkpoint. Gotta start from the beginning, do I?
The anti-life equation, and she's devising her own plan, and she's going to need Steve Trevor for it. Back at Belle Reve, Jessica and Cyborg are trying to free Superwoman when Jessica's ring begins to go crazy.
So there's a time limit.
She isn't wielding a Green Lantern ring. She is wielding the power ring of Earth 3, the one that contains the soul of Voltham, and he has the ability to take control of its user, which he does, taking over Jessica Cruz's body, trapping her soul within
not great.
the ring. And he informs Cyborg that he is
if I do first person,
that'll help. Reunited. Back with Wonder Woman, she asks Superman, who are you? While holding him down with the lasso of truth. I'm Superman. Who are you? I'm Clark Kent, he says, fighting against the power. At that moment, Batman and the Green Lantern arrive, and Wonder Woman informs them that Superman is beginning to remember himself. But
kinda better.
His cells are breaking down from that fire pit energy. He may be himself again, but he's far from fine. He's dying. Back at Belle Reve, Power Ring blasts the cell door open, freeing Superwoman, and she tells him, shh, as she holds her pregnant belly. The baby is trying to sleep, but Cyborg isn't about to let Power Ring take over Jessica Cruz, so he tries to hack into the ring, only to have it backfire, and it begins to hack into his own brain. It traps Victor Stone inside of the ring alongside Jessica Cruz, allowing Grid, another member of the crime syndicate, to take over his body again. Then, the wall explodes with Owlman telling them that they need the Justice League if they're going to stop this threat, because the worst is still yet to come. After the Anti-Monitor defeated Darkseid, he sealed himself in a cocoon to separate himself from the anti-life equation. That's how Grail got her hands on the anti-life equation.
Supposed to do something?
Into the being that he was before,
aside from just pissing me off.
The original owner of the chair of knowledge that Batman is currently sitting on, and Mobius wants his chair. Without much hesitation, Superman delivers the kryptonite to Ultraman, allowing him to power back up. The crime syndicate has no intention of saving this Earth. They don't care about it, but they do want revenge against Mobius for destroying their Earth.
Something this way there.
At the end of this, they'll give back Jessica Cruz and Cyborg, as the two individuals are now fully controlled by Power Ring and Grid.
Doesn't look like it. It just looks like bullshit.
Caught in the blast of the anti-life equation's explosions that
I just went over here for nothing.
As he frees creatures to attack the citizens. Meanwhile, Hal Jordan and Power Ring begin to open fire with their constructs because it's decided if Mobius gets in his chair, everyone is going to have some real problems soon.
My life.
Hal has already thought about asking for help, and the Green Lantern Corps arrives, blasting Mobius. He isn't a pushover though, as he causes another explosion.
Why did I follow those fools?
John Stewart lands side by side with Hal, and they keep trying to help, but that's when Superwoman and Wonder Woman throw their lassos on Mobius in an attempt to hold him down. While this is going on, Grail returns to the anti-life equation itself, as she took it when the Anti-Monitor separated from it, becoming Mobius again. And she grabs Steve Trevor, who is currently at the battlefield. Back with the fight though, Ultraman and Superman fly in, slamming Mobius with everything they have as the Amazons were thrown aside. But Mobius grabs Ultraman, burying his hands into his chest. Ultraman calls out for help from Flash, God of Death, standing nearby, but Flash tells him, I can't stop death, I can't even move. And Ultraman turns into dust as he dies. Mobius tells everyone, that's what's satisfying. Who's next? Behind everyone, there is a boom! As a boom tube is opened, and there stands Lex Luthor, the new Darkseid, the god of Apocalypse.
Well, I guess that was not right.
Back with Wonder Woman, she looks over at a pregnant Superwoman, and Superwoman informs Diana that the baby is coming. Meanwhile, the Green Lanterns and Power Ring are tearing apart the dark creatures, attacking everyone, and Jessica Cruz is trying to call out for help from inside the ring that she is trapped in, but no one can hear her. Inside of this ring is every soul that Voltham has consumed. The spirits that Voltham keeps in there tell her that she can never leave. He'll punish us when he comes back if you leave. But that's
oh my god, really? Now I'm gonna have a super great jump?
and looking up, she sees a light. Her
my
escape
brain.
from this place.
Makes my
While
brain
in a separate
hurt.
location where Grail has brought Steve Trevor, she walks forward, kissing him, transferring the anti-life equation into him. Jessica runs and runs with the spirits of both of them trapped.
This is like the most brain fucking dead challenge I've ever had. I hate when like challenges are like depending upon the jankiness of their fucking jumping mechanics to be the challenge. Like it's not the obstacle course. I see where the platforms are. They're just like, oh no, it's a challenge because jumping's hard, right? No, jumping's hard because he made it a fucking pain.
The chair knows. That's why Mobius.
That's just my hot take.
What the secret weapon that Owlman is referring to is? It's the baby. On that note, Power Ring blasts both Batman and Wonder Woman away, and Owlman kneels down to Superwoman, telling her that he needs the baby. Mobius and Lex continue to slug it out. Buildings falling down all around them, destruction all over. But Mobius then begins to use his demon creatures to attack Lex directly for him. Seeing everything failing, Mr. Miracle and Barda try to come up with a new plan, but Barda knows what she has to do. She tells Scott that she loves him, and then boom tubes away.
Come on.
Back in the fight, Superman runs into the battle full of the fire pit energy that is tearing him apart. But he has a better idea than trying to slug it out with Mobius, and he expels all of the energy into Mobius's face. It slightly hurt Mobius.
Oh, God damn it.
He falls.
God damn this stupid fucking challenge. I hope I never have to do this again.
Mobius shoves Lex into a car, crushing it, and then another boom tube goes off, and Grail returns with her mother and her new pet. Then there's a scream on the battlefield.
So bad.
Hal Jordan can't help but ask Batman, what
The
is
lack
it
of
now?
control you
And then
have
he tells
over
him
your
it's a
jumping.
boy. As
Why
Superwoman
make a
is
challenge
holding
like
her
this?
child, Mobius looks over and he sees Grail's pet, Steve Trevor, imbued with the power of the anti-life equation. Steve begs Diana to help him.
That's
and
not
then he
lazy.
unleashes everything onto
Why make the
Mobius,
jumping
killing him.
better
Everyone
when,
looks back
you know,
in shock as
it
the
provides a
battlefield once again
challenge,
changes,
right?
with everyone about to fight Steve Trevor. Steve Trevor jumps in to fight against the League, the Corps, and Mr. Miracle with a chain around his neck as Grail is
can't
still
fucking
his
stand
master.
this.
He literally can't control himself as the power of the anti-life equation is firing off randomly, hitting his friends as he begs Diana for help. She tells him to pull through it. She knows that he can. He's stronger than this. And then Grail jumps on Batman's chair. He tries to tell her, "You've won. You killed your father. Why do you thirst for this power?" And then Shazam throws her off of Batman's chair. And all of the Green
My
Lanterns
brain.
try to contain her in a cage. But she
This
breaks
is so
out of the
lame.
construct, shouting, "I will not be caged." She smirks,
I'm not
looking
jumping
back at Wonder
too
Woman.
far,
Are
I'm
you
not jumping
enjoying
far
yourself?
enough. If
And
I'm
as Wonder
jumping
Woman is
too
battling
short,
against her
or if I
former
need to
lover,
jump
he's
short, I
begging
jump
for
too
her to put him
far.
down.
And just
He knows that he can't contain this power. Lex
feels
Luthor
really
jumps in,
good,
grabbing
the amount of
chain,
control
telling
you get
Wonder
over
Woman
your
to do, "Kill
character.
this man." But
Super
Superman grabs
awesome.
him. "No, Lex, the League never kills.
Very
You are
immersive.
naive, Superman. I have the power of the Omega effect. I will save this world myself." And as he shouts, there's an explosion of power. Superwoman, meanwhile, holds up her child and says the magical words. Shazam backwards. And
Yeah, no, the
magical word
potion,
used by
yes.
Alexander Luthor of Earth 3 to change into his version of Shazam, Mazass. And then at a stunning turn of events, the baby sucks the power of the Omega effect out of Lex Luthor, becoming a baby Darkseid, only
This
to
is
have
so
his mother
fucking
turn
dumb.
into dust as Steve Trevor blasts her with the anti-life equation, killing her. Grail walks over to the baby Darkseid and picks him up,
Really
holding
high
him up to the
effort
sky,
stuff here.
saying the word Mazash at the Flash, while the power
I can't
of
believe
death
I
is
give
not
them
absorbed.
money every
It
month
did
to play
separate
this
the
piece
Black
of
Racer
shit.
from the Flash, turning him back into Barry
see shit
Allen
like
finally.
this.
The Black Racer looks around confused, and then he realizes that he still needs to take someone's life, as he's no longer bound to the Flash, and he begins to chase after the Flash. Meanwhile, inside of Power Ring's ring, Victor Stone and Jessica Cruz are trying to figure out how to get out of the ring, and Vic has finally figured out how to hack the ring. With the fear that she's been suffering finally gone, Jessica tells Vic to send her back. She can fight her fears, and she takes over her body just in time to get into the Flash's path as the Black Racer is about to grab him and take his soul, allowing the Black Racer to take her life instead of the Flash's. She hits the ground dead, and Barry is in shock. But the Black Racer says, "A life has been taken," and he leaves the area. Barry kneels down to hold Jessica close, and Wonder Woman tells everyone that they need to end this. But Grail tells them, "Today, she is the God Killer. Today, all of your gods will die." And Superman
I
asks
can't.
her,
I
"Gods?
fucking
We
hate
were
it so
never
much.
gods."
Yeah, no
As the
fucking
entire
shit.
League and the entire Corps leap in to fight against her. She jumps and dodges and then
Worthless.
decides that she'll take the anti-life equation back, pointing her magic-stealing baby at Steve Trevor. But with the power of all of the gods and the anti-life equation inside of the baby, Darkseid is reborn. While he is reborn, he is still a slave to Grail, and she demands that he incinerate the League.
So
Everyone
glad
throws
I wasted
everything
my
at him, but
time
he
for
ignores
that.
everything and keeps using his Omega Beams
Whoa.
on everyone there.
The fun.
reaches
I can
down
feel
into
the
his
fun
chair looking
building
for
up
answers,
here.
But it hurts him more and more as he seeks deeper and deeper answers.
You know, if this
And
place
that's when
smelled
Hal
like
Jordan has an
cigarettes,
idea.
maybe it
Batman,
would start
you
to
just need a
feel
little
like
bit of willpower to get
Vegas
off
or
of that chair.
something.
And he throws
If
his
that's
ring
what they're
to
going
Batman,
for.
puts it on, and using the willpower that the ring is granting him, pulls himself off of the chair.
I'm seeing the old
freeing
people
himself
pissing
finally from the hold the
themselves.
chair had on him. As Grail walks over to a normal Hal Jordan to finish him off, Barda and the Furies
Oh, mole
boot
people.
onto the planet to begin battling
Sure.
against Grail. They refuse to let her desecrate their Lord Darkseid. And while they fight against Grail, Hal helps Batman up, asking what was the chair's answer to Darkseid.
Alright, enough of that
Owlman
fun,
steps
stupid
over, taking
shit.
the chair and telling Grid, release
go
Cyborg
play a
so you can
stupid
download
fucking
into the
card
chair
game.
and join me. Then, Owlman and Grid leave the battlefield as the only two members of the crime syndicate left. Meanwhile, Wonder Woman and Grail's own mother battle it out with Grail because Grail's mother didn't want this, while everyone else is fighting against Darkseid. At that time, Batman shouts out, Diana, the chair told me that the anti-life equation is causing all of this. We have to separate it from Darkseid to disperse all of his energy. So Diana and Grail's mother tie down Grail with their lassos, and her mother holds her close, telling her, let go of your rage. Unleash your rage through me. So Grail opens her eyes, letting her own Omega Beams fire through her mother and into Darkseid, separating him from the anti-life equation. The explosion is massive and everyone is thrown aside, but Darkseid is defeated. Steve apologizes to Diana for everything that he just did, and everyone looks at Jessica, their fallen friend. Hal comments how in the end, she wasn't Power Ring, she was a Green Lantern. And that's when a ring lifts up and it announces, Jessica Cruz of Earth, you have the ability to overcome great fear. You have been chosen. Welcome to the
just
Green
give
Lantern
it to
Corps.
me.
You see, the soul that was taken by the Black Racer
On to your
wasn't
stupid
Jessica's. It was
rules.
Voltham's, the soul that controlled the Power Ring, freeing Jessica from the grasp that he had on her. Mr. Miracle went over to Barda, his wife, to ask her what now, but she agreed to lead the Furies if they helped her. And now, she has to return to Apocalypse, away from him. Grail also wasn't defeated, as she did escape with the baby Darkseid. Superman's cells were permanently damaged, and he got news that he never thought he'd hear. He's died, but that's a story that we're going to cover soon. And lastly, Hal went to see Batman to ask what the chair said about the Joker, and Batman tells him, the ring didn't know who I was talking about, since there are apparently 3 Jokers. And that is the conclusion to Darkseid.
You,
now, there is an
you
epilogue where Owlman
bitch.
finds Metron on the moon, and while they do talk about what was summoned with this explosive amount of power, something out of the multiverse kills them. As Grail, the daughter of the mighty Darkseid, fights, she thinks to herself about what is it that she is doing. Her father's plans are vast and glorious in their simplicity, but also in their complexity. There is much for them to do, but the only flaw holding them back is that Darkseid is currently in the body of a 6-year-old. He feeds off the energy of Zeus by draining it from the old
What is this,
gods'
2 men and a
children who are
baby?
still here on Earth, whether Zeus's children like it or not. Grail slashes at Perseus with her spear, absorbing his strength into the mother box for her father, thinking how the god has
I would
lost
rather
his
do
edge,
sudden
and
death
with
every
it,
time
his
than
life.
making a
As
restart.
the energy is taken from him, Grail looks down at Percy's body, stating that was fun, and Darkseid tells her, this isn't for your
fuck is
enjoyment.
this? Why do
It
I
is
have
about
his
me returning
cards?
to my proper age.
Or one of 'em.
You are just a conduit in the matter. You will do best to remember that. Percy's Pegasus flies
That's
off,
annoying.
and Grail says that they could probably get some energy out of that. But Darkseid stops her, stating that chasing that thing through the sky would be foolish. They came for the god's
Fuck.
energy. Now hand over the mother box. It is time to feed. As Grail hands the box over to Darkseid, the energy from it begins to surge out and into Darkseid. After a flash
Right.
of light, Darkseid stands back
Whatever.
up, asking, how
Doesn't
old
matter
do I
now.
look? And Grail tells him that he's aged, but only a few years, not nearly enough. Darkseid tells her that she lacks patience.
So
just
glad
like
we
her
got to
father.
trade
However,
cards. What
unlike
a
your two
useful...
brothers,
Is that
you
another
are at
fun
least
rule that I
not
didn't know?
disappointment. It is now time for us to go. There is a new legend of ancient Greece that you must face. It is time that we fought Hercules.
It's like every stupid thing I learn about this game, like, causes the tumor in my brain to get a little bit bigger.
After
I
losing
swear to
Darkseid to
God.
Batman, he was reverted to a child, and they had to find a place to hide. You see, her father was killed during the Darkseid War, but being a new god, he was reborn into a little baby after the battle with the Justice League. What was she supposed to do with her father as a baby? She is his daughter, not his his mother? How could she raise and teach him? Will he grow to be the feared, hallowed greatness that he once was? What if her parenting makes him lesser in some way? As Grail thinks to herself, she can hear one thing from the baby Darkseid. Hunger!
Right.
She heads back inside asking what is it that he needs. Surely not the normal things a child needs. And Darkseid shouts again in her mind. Darkseid me, God new, old God. Girl says yes, of course she understands. Let the hunt begin. To allow Darkseid to age properly, he must consume the old gods. And just then, Grail noticed a presence looming over them, a threat that is close by. Seconds later, an attack plane begins to shoot into the cottage, and soldiers begin to fly in shortly. Grail quickly grabs her spear, knowing what she must do. Kill everyone. Not that it's a problem, just more people to kill. Grail
Every time you get to go first,
and
huh?
then leaps
That's
into the air, stabbing
a
into
fun
the
thing.
cockpit of one of the attack planes. She jumps back down and the plane loses control, crashing into another, and then she charges back into the cottage to clean up the soldiers all still standing there. As she does, one soldier aims his gun at the baby Darkseid, and Grail calls out for her father. Baby Darkseid stares at the soldier and then releases an energy blast, burning away the soldier's upper half. After destroying the rest of the cottage, Grail picks up her father and leaves, having the seed planted in her for what she should do next. Collect the life force of the gods, restore her father to his former glory.
God, I
do
just
so,
want this
she
to
would have
end
slay
more than
Zeus's spawn
anything.
That continued to walk the
So
earth.
tired of
One
fighting
by
this
one, Grail
bitch.
hunted and killed the gods, taking their energy.
Oh,
and
do I
feeding
get to
it
go
her
first
father.
now?
Back
So
in the current
glad.
Time, Darkseid
Whoa.
is of the age of 12, and he asks Grail if she likes the view here. She looks off the cliff at a small harbor village and says that she likes it well enough, but she knows that he only finds true beauty in battle. He tells her, look again. Our next target is down there, but this one is special. His name is Jason. Grail stops and asks, Wonder Woman's brother? I only half believed my mother when she told me of, but Darkseid cuts Grail off asking, are you questioning me? However, there is a greater role for Jason ahead,
Oh, fucking
and it will
suck
not
me.
be fighting either of us. There are certain opponents that this bright young man will know sooner than he'd like. In the Paris catacombs, Steve Trevor leads the Odd Fellows into the position to support Wonder Woman on a recent sighting of Darkseid's parademons.
There we go,
As the group turns the
finally.
corner, Diana cuts through into the parademon, asking Steve what took him so long. And he calls
Still
back
didn't
to his
get it,
team,
though.
stating that they heard her. Spread out and shoot him down. However, 4 hours earlier, at Argus Central Command, Dr. Pearl reveals why Diana and Steve
My brain
would be
is
heading
melting
into the
from
catacombs.
this.
Pearl uncovers a body, but not just any body, the dead body
Fun fact.
of Hercules. Pearl goes on stating that since Darkseid last fought the Justice League, Argus has been monitoring for energy spikes on the planet. Those spikes have been determined to be unique to Apocalypse. Diana says that she understands that, but what does this have to do with her brother Hercules? Pearl then says that Hercules' body and the surrounding area where he was located was rife with that energy. And then she opens up the door to the next room, telling them that the site of Hercules' demise wasn't the first location, nor is he the first victim. All of these bodies have been found with the energy of Apocalypse, which is why they wanted to inform Diana. She then mentions that perhaps they should get more information from the lawyer, Blake Hooper. Currently, she has an appointment with, but before Diana can finish, Nicholson says they have another hit, this time in Paris. And back in the current times, where our story began, Diana rams into a group of parademons,
give me
with Steve
mercy,
telling her that,
please.
you know, a lesser man might feel threatened by how often you have to rescue
It's
me.
the drop
Diana
rate
doesn't
on
break
this piece
stride,
of
continuing
shit
to take down
card.
more parademons, stating that she's sure that he'll save her when the time comes. He usually does. As the last of the parademons fall, Steve says that he still doesn't get it. There's no link between this hive and the death of Hercules. Maybe our only lead is the lawyer. Diana tells him that as the
I'm
executioner
not gonna lie,
of Hercules' will, he has
the only
to know
good story
something.
I've
Let us
seen
finish
out of
up
this
here and find
Dark
out what
Side
that is.
War thing
Hercules
has
must
been
have made her
Batman's.
his heir for some reason. If you're wondering what's going on, in our last video, we got word that Hercules had died and he left everything to Diana. We've
Ain't
also
that
covered
good.
2 single issues explaining what happened to Darkseid and Diana's brother. A short while later, over in Oregon, Diana sits in a car with Blake, telling him that she could have flown, you know. And Blake takes a sip of his tea, telling her that he believes that it was Nelson Mandela who said dignity above all else. And if he hadn't, he should have. Diana asks Blake how often does he get clients like this, and Blake laughs, stating that he can say without hesitation that this is a one-off. This isn't to state that he hasn't had his fair share of freakish and the depraved, but that just comes from hanging his shingle in Hollywood. Once Diana and Blake pull up to Hercules' cottage, they walk inside and Blake says that she looks a bit sad. She looks around and says that seeing Hercules' home, his life here and now, he was more than just a legend. He was her brother. She has heard troubling stories about him. Depending on who you ask, Hercules was either a hero or a violent maniac.
Was not thinking that one
However,
through.
the fact remains that they both have the same father, Zeus.
Okay.
Blake says that Zeus was a great lover of women, and Diana tells him that she's not sure love had much to do with it. He did certainly father many children, some uniquely empowered, some immortal, some died without ever knowing the truth. Simply put, he may have been a great god, but he was a terrible father. Blake asks what makes her so sure about that, and Diana sighs, stating that, let's just say that she has her doubts that she'll ever be proven wrong. After a few moments of silence, Blake pulls out an envelope and hands it to Diana, stating that he was instructed to give this to her. Once
Yeah,
they
I always
got her
forget
at the
Zeus
cottage,
is
she
her
opens up the letter
dad.
and begins reading the last letter her brother ever wrote. He said that he took pride in watching her life unfold.
It was the clay
whereas
thing for
his
so
life was
long.
filled with shame. But there was one thing that he must inform her of. There was a man named Gallicus that he rode alongside on the Argo, who was also immortal. Gallicus was given a boy to raise named after the Argonauts' leader, Jason. He is her twin brother, just as he is her brother. Diana shouts, stating that she has
Son of a
another
bitch.
brother. She thought that Minrina, the mother of Grail, was lying. She even looked, but with nothing to go on, she got distracted. Blake tells her that that happens, but continue reading. She goes back to the letter, and at
Maybe I
the end
do
of it,
have
Hercules
time.
says to
Let's
look
see.
onto the Neiman lion that he killed. There will be something of use there. Diana picks up the mantle and sees something scribbled onto it. Something that looks like map coordinates, and they lead Diana and Blake to the Aegean coast. And from there, the two begin asking around. They stop by a restaurant, and Diana asks a waitress about a young man
Really
named
fucked
Jason.
that up.
The waitress says actually, there is a fisherman who has a crew. Every morning they leave before dawn. But if she wants him now, he'll be out at sea. Soon, Diana and Blake begin to walk along the shore, and Blake says that it looks like they're going to have to wait. But Diana takes off her coat, asking, does she look like someone who likes to wait? And she flies off into the sky. She looks around, finding a single boat, and as she gets closer, she sees a man and says that she can feel it. There is nothing wrong.
Alright, so
She
after
is
this
his.
dungeon, I'll
Before
probably
she
have to
can
go
finish,
back to
Jason looks
fishing,
up at
'cause
his
then
sister,
I'll have my
stating,
weather,
Sister, I can
correct
feel it
weather.
too. You finally found me. Diana begins to touch down, and Jason says Wonder Woman is his sister. And as Diana lands, she tells him, it's Diana, please just say her name. She wants to hear him say her name. Jason hugs her, stating her name, and says that every time he saw her on the news, she looked amazing. All the good she's been doing, he prayed one day that they would be together. She pulls back, asking if he knew of her, why didn't he contact her? And he tells her it's because he couldn't. He swore an oath to the man who raised him. But come, there is much that they have to talk about. He then begins to fly up, and Diana quickly follows behind as they head towards an old island fortress. As the two land, she goes on stating that she doesn't understand. She understands taking an oath, but she is his. Jason says that she should know that Gallicus not only told her who his mother was, but who his real father was. And not only that, also how vengeful his father's wife, Hera, could be to those like them. Diana then asks him, how do they do this? It could take some people years to get to know each other. Jason tells her, one moment at a time, but at least he can say that he's happy that she didn't get his note. Diana says perhaps, but she is also quite a bit taller. The two spend the day talking about their lives all the way up until the sun begins to set. And as that sun goes down, Jason asks, shouldn't we be getting back now? Diana tells him that they will contact Steve and see if Argus has uncovered any new. But Jason interrupts her, telling her, the appointed time has arrived. Diana asks, what does he mean? And Jason's tone changes as he tells her, it means Wonder Woman. That all of this talk has just been a facade. Just like when I lured the fisherman. It means that you are nothing but a stranger to me, and I have done fine without you. All we share is the same blood, but there is someone else that I feel I have much more kinship to. Just then a boom tube opens, and Grail jumps out, punching into Diana. Her body flies into the ruins, and as she gets up, she says that she must confess. She hoped to be fighting her alongside her brother. Jason then charges at Diana, shouting, instead she'll be fighting against me. She catches the punch and tells him that she doesn't know why he's doing this, but, and Jason yells over her, asking, how naive are you? I hate you. The very thought of your existence, I can't bear to look at you. With one heavy throw, she tosses Jason out into the sea, stating, then get out of my sight. Grail fires back in with an Omega Beam, asking, is that anger that I'm detecting? Did Jason just break your heart? Diana flies up to Grail, grabbing her by the throat and slamming her into the ground, shouting, you have been killing Zeus's children. It ends now. The force from the hit breaks a chunk of the island off, and as Diana pulls herself back up, she asks, which of you wants to fight now? She looks around and sees Jason creating a giant tsunami, yelling that their father was the god of the sky. By controlling the air pressure, he can create this. The water crashes down, knocking Diana into the rocks. And as she lays, Grail jumps in, stabbing Diana in the shoulder. Jason walks up, stating that he thought that this would be much harder. And Grail says that she is also disappointed. Diana asks him if he's really going to allow this, let this disgusting witch kill his only sister. And Jason tells her no. They're not going to kill her. You're needed. Don't worry. When that time comes, I will be the one to do it. A short while later, Diana begins to open up her eyes, and Jason asks, what does that look? You almost look bored. Diana tells him that she is not bored. Honestly, she can't decide how she feels. Sadness, anger, disappointment, plenty of all three. Grail asks, won't you shut her up already? And Diana then yells, listen to me, think, this witch has been murdering the children of Zeus, all of whom, despite never meeting them, were our half-brothers and sisters. Even Hercules, who you claim is your friend and teacher, does that not matter at all. Grail runs up, punching Diana, shouting, I told you to be quiet! Jason tells her, wait, I'm still trying to process all of this. Grail said that she would drain our siblings' energy, bleed them, but not to the point where they would die. Diana scoffs, stating, you've been lied to. And Grail says, things did not go as expected. That's not the same. Diana then asks, if this was all an accident that you killed them, who are you trying to fool? Jason, surely you are not that gullible. Jason yells, I said I was trying to understand all of this. First I was alone and now suddenly I'm not. Daddy yells at him, telling him to stop looking for people to blame. This is all on you. You spent so long hiding from Hera's jealousy that it just turned into you hiding. I came here with my heart filled with love, and you turned on me, and now here I am, captive, and yet you still haven't explained why. Still, I would do anything for you. Grail punches Diana again, telling her, how about you try shutting your mouth? Diana snaps back, stating, I am done being your punching bag. And Grail asks, what? Suddenly have the power to break free? Diana's wrists begin to shake, and as the restraints shatter, she says, I have always had it. I just wanted a reason with Jason. But now you're both going down. The second Diana is free, she kicks Jason back, and then quickly grabs Grail, throwing her into Jason as he tries to jump back into the fight. Once Jason and Grail get back up, they both charge straight at Diana. But as she runs towards them, she is hit in the back with a pair of Omega beams, and a voice that says, I told you both, she cannot die. Diana lifts her head up and says, of course! Darkseid. Darkseid asks, why are you so shocked? You knew that I was resurrected. Diana struggles getting back up, stating that she doubts the fact that he is now a young man would have mellowed him out. He certainly won't be happy when she beats him. Darkseid calmly tells her, it took the combined might of the Justice League to fight me. Now you're all alone and outnumbered. Diana picks herself back up, lunging at Darkseid, but Darkseid backhands her to the ground, asking, what don't you understand? What chance do you possibly have? As blood begins to drip from her mouth, she says that there is one thing that her mother taught her. And Jason, you'll do well to listen, that no matter what, one must always hope. Darkseid hits Diana again with another set of Omega beams, and Diana shouts, I would much rather die than live in a world where you three triumph. Darkseid tells her, I'm not going to kill you, nor do I need your subservience. All I need is your life force. He holds out his hand, and lightning strikes Diana as her life force is being absorbed into Darkseid. Jason watches, remembering what brief time he had spent with Diana, and he shouts for Darkseid to wait. Grail pulls Jason back, whispering to him that Diana doesn't love him. It's her world that lies. And then Blake appears, telling everyone that that is enough. Do you hear? That is enough. Diana starts to get up and looks over, asking, the lawyer, why are you here? And Blake smiles, asking, surprise? Good, because I love to keep you people guessing. I sense what you have been doing, and I should have acted soon. I felt compelled to follow my initial oath to remove myself. Let the mortal and the god alike make their own mistakes. It was with Hercules' death that I realized that I should have at least a taste of this foul stench that has been caught. Diana says that he can't be who she thinks he is. And Blake then says, you may have corrupted my son. And as for Diana, release my daughter at once. Lightning strikes down on the Blake, and as the smoke clears, Zeus steps forward, stating, or you shall face the wrath of Zeus. Diana tries to get back up, stating that she doesn't believe it, and Zeus tells her, yes, it is I. It has always been. But we will talk when I am done with this base creature. Zeus and Darkseid charge at each other, and Jason asks if it's really him. Is it really their father? Diana shouts to Zeus to wait, but Zeus tells her, no, you are still weak. Plus, it's been too long since I faced a foe worthy of me. Zeus swings forward and Darkseid ducks, shooting an Omega Blast that curves around, hitting Zeus from behind. He stops, stating, I've encountered quarrelsome satyrs with more bite. He then punches Darkseid with an almighty force of lightning. Darkseid is thrown from one side of the island to the other, and he gets back up shouting, I have fought planets, slaughtered entire armies. You will need more than fists of lightning, God. As the two clash, Jason says that he can't do anything yet. He's still weak from the tidal wave that he... And Diana stops him, telling him it's okay. Darkseid's power is weakening and her strength is returning. She will help their father. As Diana gets ready to join the fight, Grail tackles her from behind, shouting that they are not done. Grail goes to bring her axe down, and Diana catches the corner of it with her van blesses, asking, "What is it that you're planning on doing?" Before Grail can push down, Jason rushes back in, pushing Grail off, freeing Diana. Grail takes the butt of her axe, cracking Jason in the head with it, asking, "Haven't you realized? You will never stop my father once he sits on the throne of Apocalypse." Diana gets up, flying towards the fight, and Jason grabs Grail before she can attack again, telling Diana, "I'll deal with Grail." Back at the fight, Darkseid stands up after his attack, telling Zeus, "The flow of this battle is shifting. I can feel the fire." The boom tube opens, and Zeus jumps at Darkseid, knocking them both through the portal, asking, "Why are you running? If you're a coward and leaving, we shall both go." The boom tube starts to close, and Diana flies into it with Grail running in as Jason tries to pull her back. However, as the portal closes, all five are gone. In the flash of light, Diana looks around, realizing that they are now in the Philippines, in a heavily populated area. Zeus and Darkseid are already destroying as much as they can. Darkseid punches into Zeus, asking, "Do you think that my plan is to regenerate through your children? That would be too simple. Yes, they have helped me get to the age that I am now. That was never the goal. Not even was my daughter." Diana shoots by, knocking Darkseid away, and Darkseid asks, "Do you know why I chose to come here? There are people here, lives to save, so get to it!" He releases another blast into a nearby building, and as it starts to fall, Diana says that she knew it. He knew that she would save lives before fighting him. Zeus gets up, grabbing Darkseid with both arms, telling him, "That is enough. It is time that we show the world that even a god can die." As lightning begins to course through Darkseid, he manages to reach out, grabbing Zeus by the head, telling him, "That's what I've been saying since your daughter showed up. Killing your children, it aged me. It gave me power, but not nearly what I needed. They were bait, a lure. It was you who was the prize all along, Zeus." Zeus tries to remain in control, but the longer that Darkseid keeps his hold, the more power begins to fade from Zeus. A bolt of lightning strikes, and in a flash of light, Darkseid is standing over Zeus's body, shouting, "I am Darkseid again." Diana flies on, yelling, "If my father is dead, I swear that you will follow him down to the sticks." Darkseid tells her, "Zeus is definitely wherever the old gods go. As for you, you were never able to defeat me before." As he trails off, the rest of the Justice League appear behind Diana, and Darkseid says, "Speak of the devil, as you even said. Though I would be delighted to test out my newly regained powers, my goals are too great to risk now. Grail, come!" A boom tube opens, and both Darkseid and Grail walk through it, but as Diana jumps after them, the portal closes before she can reach them. The League tries to comfort Diana, but all she can think of is how, if they didn't show up, she would have defeated Darkseid. She alone could have. She could have saved her father. As Diana goes to pick up the crumbling body of Zeus, Jason says that he's so sorry that he betrayed her, prejudging and condemning her when they haven't even met. He is a fool. Diana gets up, telling him that if he hadn't done all that he did, none of this would have happened. Jason says that he knows he is the one to blame. Whatever he can do to. She stops him, telling him, "No, enough. I am sorry too." And as the two hug, Jason says, "But my father is..." And Diana tells him, "No, our father." On the burning planet of Apocalypse, there have been wars about who will be the next to sit on Darkseid's throne after the Darkseid War resolved with his death. But while the battle of supremacy rages on, life goes on in the city of Metropolis. A group of robbers, all wearing superhero masks, calling themselves the Justice League of Armed Robbery, have just struck and they begin to make their escape. However, before they can get too far, two shadows fly over the getaway van and the robbers see real heroes, Superman and Lex Luthor. Lex smiles at Superman. "Please, be my guest." And Superman tells him, "No, after you. You were the one who got here first, after all." Lex laughs. "Very well." Then he grabs a fire hydrant while Superman swoops down, grabbing a lamppost. Before the robbers have a chance to react, Superman and Lex throw the fire hydrant and the lamppost into the front of the van, causing it to come screeching to a halt. They jump out and they open fire on Superman. And Superman asks, "Seriously? You do know melting guns out of an idiot's hand is a hobby of mine, right?" He begins to fire his heat vision into their weapons, and Lex says, "Well, that's for him. Melting the idiot's brains is more my thing." Lex shocks the men as Superman shouts to him, and Lex tells him, "Don't worry, I'm just being a tad dramatic." They were set to taser levels. Shortly after the police arrive, the two heroes go their separate ways, and as Lex flies off to his office building, he thinks to himself that some people were worried about him wearing the S on his chest. However, now he has become a hero to these people, a guardian born of the same planet as the people who walk it. Their love and need for him continues to grow by the day. And then there's a loud boom as a cave forms around Lex's face. The Prophet and Adora, citizens of Apocalypse, state that a glorious age is about to begin. They have missed their god of Apocalypse, and it is time for him to fulfill his destiny.
I love those Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Boom! And the three disappear through a boom tube. Back over with Superman, he whistles as he flies into his
Yeah, I might give it a
noticing that
try.
John
I
is
might
getting
get to
ready
it this
go out, and
weekend.
He asks him, "Where are you going, son?" John tells him that he was going to go do some super stuff with Damian.
Trying to,
And Superman tells him
do
that he's
some,
thinking that maybe they should go hit a
trying to
movie,
get through
grab
this
some
Final
dinner.
Fantasy
Come on,
stuff.
it'll be fun. John
There's a
tells
lot
him,
to get through.
okay, but only if I can go out superheroing tomorrow night. The Superman tells him, deal. Lois then calls out that she'll pick the movie and
guess I
they can
just
pick
get to
dinner.
keep
And
all
at the
that
same time,
stuff? I
Superman
guess
says
they will.
Italian, but John says Chinese. Superman laughs and pulls out a coin, stating, fine, we'll flip for it. And as he tosses
I'm
the
so slow
coin,
in
him and
comparison
John
to
begin to
most
hear
of these
ringing
people.
voices in their heads. The voice says that if they can hear this, Superman is needed. Please meet on the southeast LexCorp balcony immediately. Lois gets up from her desk asking what's wrong, and Superman says that it was a message from Lex. John was able to hear it because the frequency was directed at Kryptonians in Metropolis. Superman continues getting dressed, stating that they're still going to go out as a family. Lex has been sending out these signals for
get that
weeks. Last time it was to show off his chest
that's
shield.
near
I'm pretty
useless
sure it's
to me.
nothing. It can wait until I've taken my family out for the night. Later, after seeing their movie, Superman, Lois, and John all begin walking home talking about their favorite scenes when suddenly a group of Lex bots appear.
Alright, I will be back in a minute. I need to use the bathroom. Alright. I am back. Alright. Time to do some fishing. Just get on my fishing gear. see. I have until... It just started, I think. Oh, that don't look right. Oh, it's the shroud. Whoops. Whoopsie. $220. I love chocobos. They're cute little guys. Okay, I don't understand this. 30, I can't even get to 32 here, can I? Okay, here's 32. So, like, here? Or... Okay, so I'm actually right on top of the thing. So, I guess it's this thing over here. It's the only thing I can deduce. Give it a shot. Ah, I forgot to get hover worms. It's alright, I got the frogs. Let's see. Let's go. This up. So I need to. Okay, so I need to catch giant. Okay, so I have to use the glowworm to catch the giant thing. I have the glowworm? Oh, fuck my life. I don't even have the necessary bait. I don't know that this local... I guess I could try it. Can't really... Fuck off. I don't know if the place is going to even have any bait for me. Damn it. It's gotta be... This is not good for me. What I get for going in half-cocked. There's not a single fucking store here that's gonna sell me anything useful. Oh, you suck. I can't believe I'm gonna have to go to the fucking... They are. You're gonna make me go all the way to the market for this shit. It sucks. It really sucks. I'm not even sure where the main thing is here. Guess this place. It's your main crystal. Why am I blind? There it is. miss out by the time I get my fucking bait. How long do I have? Yeah, I'm gonna miss my goddamn window because I didn't have the fucking bait. This is just not the best of luck for me today. Find the goddamn market. I hate it. I hate it. Jesus Christ, which... This is just not helpful at all. Should it be over here? So might as well see if I sold anything. Nope. There's the board. God damn it. Nothing. Nothing. Worthless. Maybe if I'm lucky, I'll make it. Of course, I have like no money to get there now. Shit, pickle. I got some other crap I can sell real quick. Alright, that's enough traveling around money. I'm sure I've missed my window by now, though. Yeah, like 10 seconds. At least I have more money to buy other bait that I can not catch fish with. Oh yeah, I need that other bait too. No, I do have the topwater frog already, though. I think the other one I'm missing is hover one? Yeah. Alright, let's get that. Let's get Benny back.
Years
going.
before them. A recording of Lex says, "There is no need to fear. This hologram is pre-recorded, seeing as you ignored my previous transmission. These Lex bots are here to escort you, forcefully if needed, to the location requested. Will you follow the directive and come peacefully?" Superman tells the Lex bots that whatever he's gotten himself into, he knows that he can't leave Metropolis. And the Lex bot tells him to please reply with yes or no only. Superman takes off his glasses, simply stating, "No." And the Lex box says that he has responded in a negative tone, which leaves him no choice. Both Superman and John begin to take off their jackets, and Superman says, "Ready, kiddo?" And John tells him, "You bet." As they begin to finish changing, they begin to take down the Lex bots with ease, working together as father and son. And just as the last one falls, a small cube appears. And Superman says that he's starting to think that Lex's invitation earlier was more of a command. The cube begins to fold open, creating a giant cage, and then the box is shut, trapping Superman, Lois, and John inside. Superman tells Lois and John that this thing is communicating with a mother box, which means that they're going to take off any second. Suddenly there's a loud boom, and the box begins to spark and light up. Inside, the energy begins to reach out, grabbing onto the three of them, and in a flash, the three find themselves all separated, each alone at a different part of Apocalypse. Lois hides as she hears the sounds of people passing, and in front of her is Granny and the Furies, a tribe of women who are firm believers that Darkseid himself still lives and will once again rule. As Granny passes, Lois begins to step out of the shadows to move, and then she's suddenly hit in the back of the head, with everything going black. Elsewhere, Lex tells the Forgotten People that he is in a rather forgiving mood, so he'll dismiss them for ripping him from his homeworld against his will. Ardor tells him that their extreme measure will not be taken lightly. Lord Luthor, chaos rules and his iron will is needed. Lex says that the children of Earth are weaker than all of you here. They must have constant care and leadership, and Ardor yells, "As do they. You made a promise to us, and we expect you to honor your sacred words. You are the embodiment of the prophecy. I will sacrifice my own blood if it means that you take the throne." Lex looks out at the balcony, stating that he will not be spilling their blood today. He was thinking of spilling his own blood. Now draw your sword. Ardor holds out her sword, and as Lex grabs the blade, he pulls his hand down, creating a cut. And then he asks, "Does the scripture state that your God bleeds?" The prophet tells him no. The chosen one is impervious. And Lex then says, "Do I look impervious?" And the prophet tells him no. The prophet then begins to recite the scripture, stating that the hero would come rescue them, and he would be born of Earth and come from the city of Metropolis. He was an orphan, a humble son of farmers. He will be a seeker of truth and the embodiment of justice. Lex tells him, "That is right, but I am not that man." Ardor and the others begin to ready their swords, all shouting that the false god will have his head spiked on a rampart for all to see. Lex begins to back away, telling them that he understands their anger, but he has brought them their true salvation. Suddenly there's a booming sound as Superman appears, with Lex kneeling before him, telling them, "Behold, this is Superman, the true god of Apocalypse." Back with Lois, she begins to open up her eyes, and one of the Furies, Harriet, says, "Greetings. Follow us, yes? You are now a prisoner of the female Furies, and you will be enslaved." Behind them, another of the Furies, named Lashina, cracks her whip on the chained slaves, and Lois asks, "What is going on here?" Lashina cracks her whip again, hitting Lois, telling her, "Be quiet." And Lois glares back with Lashina telling her, "That determined look, I will enjoy breaking your spirit." Granny then calls out that they must move. Darkseid awaits their care and attention. Another Fury pushes Lois, telling her to move, but before they can start walking, there's a tremor, and a giant dredge worm bursts out of the ground. Granny shouts that this one must be lost. These worms usually strike in groups. The worm releases a wave of molten bile that begins to burn anyone that it touches, including the slave that Lois is chained to. The blast then also knocks the Fury that pushed Lois down, causing her to drop her gun. Lois grabs the gun and begins to shoot at the worm, and the Fury gets back up on her feet, tackling Lois, telling her, "No one touches my weapon." Just as the Fury gets ready to shoot Lois, the worm sends out another blast, burning the Fury where she stands. Lois grabs the gun again, shooting her chains, and she goes back to firing at the worm. Most of the gun's fire has no effect, but Lois tells everyone to aim for the eyes, and soon everyone concentrates their fire on just that. Eventually, the gunfire hits its mark, shooting out the worm's eyes, and it falls to the ground defeated. While everyone stops to catch their breath, Granny looks at the body of the fallen Fury and takes her armor, telling Lois, "You have earned this. You have the heart of a Fury." Later that night, the Furies feast on the meat of the Dredgeworm, and Lois stands alone looking out across the land. Granny walks up, eating a shank of meat from her sword, telling Lois, "You fought well today. You were relentless. The Furies are orphans, family. Now eat with us. Also remember, nothing is more important than family." Lois takes a chunk of meat, biting into it, telling her that she knows. Elsewhere, John finds himself surrounded by a pack of men riding giant dogs, asking, "Can anyone tell me what is going on here and where I am?" One of the men shouts, "That's going to be you, on a spit, across the nearest fire pit." John tells him, "Hang on, can't we just talk about this? I'm from Earth." But a man shouts, "You are food!" As the man lifts his axe, John burns the axe out of his hand and he tells him, "No, I'm leaving." John begins to run away from the pack as they chase after him, and he says that he can't believe he's gonna say this, "But I would rather be in school right now." A short while later, John checks around and thinks that maybe he finally lost them, as well as losing himself. He then begins to smell something good, like food, and he begins to climb up a hill to see what's being cooked. He looks over the ledge and he sees the people that he just got away from now roasting one of the giant dogs on a spit. Down at the camp, a group of men stand around a pack of chained up dogs, stating that it's wrong for them to do this, but if they don't eat the dogs, then they're gonna starve to death. One of the men raises his blade to the dog, and John tells him that he can't believe that he's actually doing this, and he jumps down into the camp, firing his heat vision. He begins to hit the men, and then he frees the dogs from their chains, telling them to run. But rather than leave, the dogs all turn to their owners and begin to fight with John, until finally John blows them all away. John then looks back at the dogs, telling him, "It's okay, but there is one more large dog in the cage growling at him." He tells the dog, "Please be a good mutant doggy, and don't bite my face off, okay?" And he breaks the lock off. The door swings open, and the dog leaps at him, licking his face. The puppies then all run over to the freed dogs. John begins to pet one of the puppies, telling them, "I guess now I'm not the only lost pup, huh? Well, if only you guys could sniff out my parents." One of the dogs leaves and returns with a stick, and John grabs it and asks, "Does this mean you're gonna help me?" He lifts his stick, which is actually a spear, and the dogs howl. As John says, "Sweet." Back with Superman, he lifts Lex into the air, telling him, "You've gone too far this time. That S is supposed to mean something." And Lex tells him, "Yes, and thanks to me, it means something on Apocalypse as well. The people here see it and they think of their true savior, someone who has come that will bring them hope. I can hardly blame you for wanting to reject this particular burden, but we can't run from this." Superman tells him, "I'm not running, but I won't go back until I find mine." And Lex asks him, "You're what? Did someone else come here with you?" Before Lex can finish his question, both Superman and Lex are shot out of the sky and they come crashing down into the ground. Superman checks on Lex and he sees that he's knocked out. Hopefully he can, but then a large hand grabs Superman by the throat, asking, "Hope?" And Calabac lifts both Superman and Lex, shouting, "Hope is anathema on Apocalypse." A short while later, Calabac orders his men to increase the power of the Chaos Cannon and get ready for the next search party. "We're going to reach the planet's core for Darkseid." Calabac's men state that even Darkseid himself couldn't stand the heat from the planet's core. It's madness to keep firing into the core like this. Calabac shouts for his men to be quiet and continue. Glory awaits the men who descend into the pits. Just then a flare erupts from the pit and Superman tells Calabac that he must listen to his men. "What you're doing could have disastrous consequences." Another voice calls out that the Furies approach, and with them is Lois. Granny then shouts that Calabac has brought shame upon his house. They are here to restore Darkseid's order. Calabac yells, "I will find my father and..." But before he can finish, Granny punches him, telling him, "I've had enough of this nonsense." The two factions begin to clash, and Lois runs over to where Superman is being held and begins to free him. And once free, he shoots over, punching Calabac, the force which throws him up and over the Chaos Cannon. Calabac begins to climb up onto the cannon, stating, "You are all against me. You all want my father's throne, and if I can't have it, no one can." He pulls the lever on the cannon's power, and it charges up, and it begins to fire into the planet's core. As the hole is punctured into the core of the planet of Apocalypse, the flames of Apocalypse go out. Something that was thought to not be possible on this planet. As everyone begins to get up from the massive blast, Kalibek picks Superman up, telling him, "The planet core has been vented. My father will be found. No more prophecy. No more Kryptonian." Lois runs up shouting no, and she punches Kalibek and he looks over back at her. Just then there's a howl and everyone turns asking, what is that? And along the ridge, a shade of a dog rider appears, and then with them more dogs appear. Kalibek is laughing, stating that there's only one rider, and he himself looks like a pup. All of the dogs begin to charge down, and that lone rider, John, holds his spear shouting, "Let my mom and dad go!" Within seconds, a total war between the tribes of Apocalypse erupts. Kalibek versus the dog packs, Granny versus the parademons, and Superman versus the Furies. Blows are exchanged between everyone, and in the middle of it, Kalibek and Granny make their way to see who will be the one to rule the throne. A parademon swoops down, grabbing Lex's body, but before it can get far, John and his dogs ride through, attacking that parademon. Harriet lunges forward, Lois, telling her that she knew that she was never really a Fury. You never had the strength for it. And Lois cracks Harriet in the head with her spear, telling her that she's sorry that she feels that way, and she begins to single-handedly take out the remaining Furies. Superman grabs a parademon, smiling, asking, "I never told you how glad I was to see your back, right?" And Lois sticks her spear into the parademon, telling him, "Say it again." Meanwhile, back with Kalibek, he diverts his attention and begins to run through John's dog pack, and he reaches out, grabbing Lex by the leg. He shouts that he will end this now by throwing this man into the abyss, and just as Lex's body is thrown, a hook shoots out, wrapping around his suit, suspending him in the air. Another explosion goes off, knocking Kalibek back from where he stands, and then he falls into the pit, leading to the planet's core. When everyone looks up, they see the Forgotten People, and the Prophet shouts, "All hail Lord Superman. This pit will be Luthor's fate. The judgment is Superman's. What say him?" Superman looks up and burns the cables holding Lex and then catches him. Another man grabs Granny, yelling that she will not escape Superman's judgment, and Granny tells him to just kill her and be done with it. Superman shouts, "She lives too." And the Prophet asks if that's a wise decision. And Superman tells him, probably not, but it's the right thing to do. Mercy is for those who are in need of it. The Prophet begins to tell Superman that mercy is a foreign concept to many of them here, and Ardora says that she must admit it's an alluring concept that she is slightly grasping. The Prophet then says that there is no point in fighting the prophecy. It says that Superman will lead Apocalypse. Superman tells them that he has his own world and family to take care of. What they are asking him is, Ardora stops him, telling him that she knows that they are not the first to receive similar justification, but are they also so far beyond any hope? Superman sighs and tells her that she's right. No one, not even those here in Apocalypse, are beyond hope. I accept. And so the mantle of Superman is hung through the halls, and the rooms are filled with chants, "Hail Superman! Hail Superman!" Superman tells the citizens of Apocalypse that he may not be here, but he will leave behind an ember of liberty and hope, so that they all may share the same flame as he does on Earth. He lights a torch and he passes that flame to Lois and John, who then pass the flame to everyone in the halls. There will be no more fighting between the tribes of Apocalypse, and everyone will learn to work with one another, so that in their new future, hope will be inextinguishable. Superman then tells Ardora that he has a very solemn duty for her. She must assemble the governors of the region, and together they must find a way to lead those in need. Ardora says that she is just a soldier, and Superman laughs, stating, "Some of the finest leaders are. I know you will do your best." He hands her a small boom tube cube, telling her that this will allow us to remain in contact. "Rest assured, I will always be there to answer the call." And with that, Superman picks up Lex's body, and him, Lois, and John all teleport back to Earth. The next morning, Lex wakes up at his desk, still in his suit, walking out to his balcony, looking over Metropolis.
Well, it was fine.
He smiles, stating that he is home, and his shadow appears with Superman floating down before him.
And
says, "Well, that's a
I
surprise.
finally got
You voluntarily
that
came to see
beloved
me,
card
which is
I
good
was
because there is something I must get off my chest. Whenever the League calls, you answer. A cat is stuck in
like
the tree
that.
and you're there, but when your so-called partner, is marooned on another planet, you don't even show." Superman begins to speak, but Lex talks over him, yelling,
right,
"I
Adam.
bled for this city and this blasted S that I wear. How is my sacrifice repaid? With suspicion and disrespect. Superman, who is so rich with
Careful,
mercy for
whatever
everyone,
you're doing.
still refuses to trust me." Superman tells him that it's dangerous to trust a hypocrite. What he did on Apocalypse proves it.
Never have
Lex
to
then
play
digs his
against this
fingers
piece
into
of
his
shit
chest
again.
armor, asking, "Dangerous? So be it." He rips the S emblem off his chest, burning it as it falls to the ground. Superman stares at him and then he flies off. "Be seeing you soon, Luthor." All Lex can do is stand there and laugh as the S burns away on the ground.
Sounds annoying. Grab another smoke about it.
In the Amazon jungle, the wild and exotic creatures would make calls to each other, and no one would hear. But now the animals fall silent, knowing that there is something dark looming over them, that darkness is great. As Darkseid stands over Bernadette and the other female Furies, he says, "Your mission was clear. You were to find the relics and bring it to me. The top copy palace had no more power, and yet you have come back empty-handed." And Grail adds, "Also with fewer Furies than when you left. We haven't seen much of Darkseid since the Darkseid War, in which he was defeated and killed, and his daughter Grail found him as a child, a baby, to grow back up. Recently, he's been sapping the powers of the old gods, Zeus and his kin, bringing the power back towards Darkseid, making him whole again." Darkseid continues, "That is correct. We're a Lashin Harriet." Bernadette tells him that they were expected. Their skilled fighters were laying in wait, and the Furies suffered greatly. Darkseid asks, "There are more skilled than my Furies? I fear you are no longer of any use to me." Omega beams shoot out of his eyes, and they splinter and stop just before obliterating the three Furies. And Darkseid tells them, "If I had more forces that were once mine, then you would be no more. But as it is, I have a need for you. This is your last chance. Your next failure will be the end." Darkseid looks over at one of his underlings, asking, "You're the leader of these peons. How long until the artifacts are integrated into the temple's energy matrix? Do we in fact need to acquire the rest of the relics?" The underlings tell him, "Well, to answer the second question, no. No matter what, we need all." But before he could finish his sentence, the Omega beams tear through him, and Darkseid tells him, "I dislike hearing no." He points to another underling, telling him, "You are now in charge. Work faster and harder." The underling tells him, yes, I will. We all will. Darkseid will rule the earth." Darkseid walks back into the temple, asking, "Is this what I think it's about? I have a good mind to kill you for your stupidity.
I didn't know Darkseid had
I
a
care
golem.
nothing for Earth. Now that Themyscira is no longer on
Was it a type of golem?
The next night, Diana heads over to the Argus headquarters to see Steve to tell him how she's been. First, she faced off against a pyrokinetic simply named Zara, who had the ability to fire a fierce crimson flame. But their battle was brief after Zara slammed into a wall with her lasso. Next, she fought an attacker that didn't have a name, but people dubbed him the Blue Snowman. However, it was from a snowman, as it was an exoskeleton suit that could control the temperature around it. What people didn't know is that even though they called it a snowman, there was a woman inside who was inside working it. Lastly, Angeletta, the woman who took Engelman's place, wielded the same weapon and created spatial portals and time breaks. But before she was able to capture her, she stepped out of the picture. Steve says, "Man, that's one hell of a day. We still don't know who's behind all of this, do we?" And Diana tells him that she has an idea. Veronica Kale. But with no solid evidence, there is nothing that they can do for now. Diana then asks, "What about him?" And Steve says, "Well, I fought some parademons, which means Darkseid or Grail is somewhere." As the two continue to talk about the situation, Diana hears a voice call back, "Sister, I'm back." And Diana spins back to see her twin brother Jason, wearing a strange set of armor. Diana asks what happened to him. Where has he been? He's been missing. What is that armor that he's wearing? And Jason tells her, "Honestly, I have no idea. Last week it was like a hazy dream. A dream about giants." Diana asks, "What is that supposed to mean? Giants? You've been gone for over a week and that's all you can recall?" And Jason tells her, "Yeah, I know things now. Like, I'm able to sense things. I don't know how, I just know I can." Diana smiles and tells him, "All right, first let her say how happy she is that he's back. And now, what is it that he knows?" Jason begins to explain that this armor was given to him like a gift, but again, from who he does not know. All he knows is that it was given with love. But they both know that that comes with a price. There is something that he is supposed to do. Not now, but soon. Just before Diana could question him further, one of Steve's subordinates runs up stating that a report just came in. It's Grail. She's in Bavaria, Germany. The men are gearing up and it's going to take them time to get out there. Jason begins to float up, stating, while they get ready, Diana and him can fly there much faster. With this new armor, it enhances his existing abilities. He can now fly faster than even Diana. She grabs onto Jason's hand and they fly away, with Steve watching, stating, "Sure, I guess we'll see you when we get there." A few more minutes into the flight, Diana notices Jason is rather quiet, and she asks what's wrong. Jason tells her that he was thinking about Grail, and how he wanted to face her. He was a fool to have partnered with her and Darkseid.
Yeah,
and
no,
when he
that
fought
makes
against
sense.
the Deep Six, Grail appeared and saved him. Looking back now, he totally sees that the whole thing was a setup. Diana tells him that all she can say is that the end result is what's important. Now, Bavaria is right over there. They have work to do. Inside one of the buildings, Grail
When a
stands over
card
the
is
Huntsman
played,
body, and he
if
asks
two or
if this is
more
how it
of
ends.
the sides
Outside,
are
Diana sees what's
touching
happening
other
and asks
cards,
Jason if
the
he can
sum
just
of the
blow her as
rings
fast
on
as he can.
touching
Jason tells her
sides
that he has no
are
idea, but
identical
let's
to the
find out. And he
sums on the
launches
other
Diana through the
touching
sky
sides,
and into Grail
but
before
other
she could land
cards
the
are
killing
flipped.
blow to the Huntsman. Jason gets ready to follow, but before he can fly
Yeah,
in, he looks
no,
around and
that's-
says, haha,
I get
of course,
that.
anything to do with
Super
apocalypse,
easy.
and there's always gonna be these parademons. Back inside,
Makes
Diana
sense.
jumps back away from Grail's attack and quickly throws her shield, narrowly missing her. Grail laughs, stating that she missed, and Diana tells her that that is what she calls misdirection. And within that moment, Diana takes her lasso, wrapping it around Grail. Just a little background story on Grail. She is an Amazon whose father is Darkseid, and she was banished from the island. Diana pulls the lasso tight, telling her that now she's got
Make it
her,
make
and
sense.
asks her what is Darkseid
Make it
planning.
make fucking
Grail struggles
sense.
not to talk, but as she grits her teeth, she says, Darkseid wants an army, one better than the parademons. Diana then asks, what is the importance of the relics then? And Grail says, it's
What, I
because of
don't
their
get a plus
energy.
combo?
It radiates a specific frequency from a specific time in the past. A time when the new gods were the old gods, who walked a primitive earth with the other pantheons. When science was incorporated within the old new gods temple, Father would be able to boom tube using the energy of the Greek pantheon and other important aspects of the mythic past. Diana then asks, what other aspects is she talking about? And Grail tells her, why? The mascara, of course. That's why. But then Grail falls silent. Diana pulls on the lasso, asking, why did you stop talking? And Grail says, because she no longer has to answer. All this time she's been concentrating, preparing herself, and now she is ready to do something only someone with the blood of Apocalypse and an Amazon can do. As Diana begins to wonder, Grail stands up, releasing a blast, knocking Diana and the lasso away. Before Diana can get up, though, a boom tube opens, and as Grail runs through it, she yells, the
got
next
the
time we
cards,
meet,
I
you'll
never have to
die.
fucking play with
A
this
short while
asshole
later,
again.
back at the Amazon temple, Grail
can't
kneels
tell you
before
how
her father,
static
Darkseid, telling him, I'm sorry, I have failed. Darkseid tells her, yes, you have.
another good
But
one.
you've also given me clarity by confirming my lack of
Feels so
options.
good,
To
I
quote
never
the
have to
humans,
enter
it
this
is now
fucking
do or die. He then looks at one of his underlings and asks, are you sure that we lack the power to breach the mascara with our current relics? The underling says that they are certain. They have tested and retested. Darkseid stops him and asks, what about Argus headquarters in America? And the underling says, well, yes, that is certainly possible. And
Sure.
Darkseid then asks, what are you waiting for then? Later, back at the Argus holding cell, Diana holds out her lasso, stating that she will give them one chance to talk. Both Lashina and Harriet remain quiet, and Diana shouts, sisters! And Harriet tells her not to say that. They are not her sisters. Diana tells them fine, then she shall say it again. Furies! And Harriet laughs, telling her that that's better. Lashina then asks what does she want, and Diana tells her it's simple. From what she's been told, that they have withstood any and all questioning so far. So, this is their one chance to talk. She has discovered some of Darkseid's plan from Grail, but that questioning was interrupted. The lasso could be used, but if they would just tell the truth, it would be faster. Lashina then asks, is this how they do things on their Amazon island? And Diana tells her no, not if they can help it. Just then the restraints on both Lashina and Harriet spring off, and Diana goes on telling them that happened because she wanted it to happen. Their weapons are by their feet. Now come and try to withstand questioning now. Back at the Amazon temple, Darkseid asks the underling in charge if everything is ready, and the underling tells him, not yet, but soon. Before he could finish, an Omega Beam fires and bends around, destroying the underling, with Darkseid looking at another one stating, I will try again. Is everything ready? The next underling says, yes, right away! And Grail says that she does not understand what he is trying to do. They already have a boom tube. What is the point of making it stronger using the relics? Why not just attack Argus? Darkseid tells her that if they attack there before the Justice League shows their faces, they face needless risk to their plan. Better bring the battle to them in the Amazon jungle, a place where the world's heroes don't look. Darkseid then points to another underling asking, are we ready? And the underling tells him yes on his order. Darkseid smiles and tells him, consider it given. Back at Argus headquarters, Diana battles against Lashina and Harriet, seemingly not getting the answers that she wants, and just a few moments into it, there's a loud boom from the outside, with Diana punching Harriet, telling her that it seems that she won't get the answers from them. So she'll just ask Darkseid directly. Suddenly there's a second boom, and then a third, and a fourth. Diana radios back, asking what's going on. Is Darkseid here? And Steve tells her there's no sign of him yet, but something is different. Just then, everyone inside the Argus headquarters begins to feel the pull of the boom tube, and suddenly it's thrown out to the ground. Steve gets up stating that this is not what he was expecting. Darkseid stole the entire Argus building. Well, the chunk that mattered at least. Diana looks around asking, and that's when she sees him. And she shouts, you monster! And Darkseid tells her, yes, here I am. This is it, our final battle, so says Darkseid. Diana walks forward stating, no quarter was asked and none shall be given. Diana runs forward using both of her fists. She cracks Darkseid across the head, but Darkseid swats her away asking, a mere punch. I can recall that you once took an eye of mine. You're slipping. As Diana's body bounces off the wall, Grail shouts to Darkseid to begin their work. She will finish her. As she jumps in, Jason flies through, grabbing her, telling her that is not gonna happen. And he rockets the two of them out of the temple. Steve calls out to his men that Darkseid literally teleported half their building here. There is no time to help the wounded or count the dead. Pick a target so that they can end this nightmare while he helps Wonder Woman. She tells him to stay where he is and to fight what's around him. She will be fine. Diana jumps back at Darkseid and he tells her, no, you won't. As Diana gets closer, she moves and focuses on the pillar behind Darkseid, breaking it and sending it crashing down on top of him. He bursts out of the rocks asking, do you think mere rubble will stop the mighty Darkseid? Diana leaps back in punching, asking, if not, how about this? You murdered my father, my brothers, and my sisters. You want pain? Then I will give it to you on behalf of them. But during the fight, Lashina and Harriet grab the relics in Argus's possession, and the underling says, thank you, Darkness, we have what we need now. With everyone's attention set on their targets, the underlings begin to place the relics into the modified boom tube. Diana punches Darkseid once again, but before she can land another hit, Grail jumps in, tackling her to the ground, with Jason flying back, shouting, no! This fight is between. But before he could finish, Lashina and Harriet jump in, latching onto Jason, tearing him to the ground. Darkseid gets to his feet, telling them, such silly theatrics. Very well, if you want to show, you shall have. He walks towards the boom tube, and as it powers up, he begins to show a place. The Amazon Island, their homeland, on the scale. Darkseid calls out to Grail, it is done. The portal is open. Diana breaks free from Grail, shouting, no! I must warn everyone! And she attempts to fly through the portal, but she's repelled back. Darkseid tells Grail, you know what must be done. And Grail slides on a gauntlet, telling him, yes, she is ready. She looks at Diana and then asks if there's anyone that she should give her regards to. Old friends, perhaps. And Diana says, wait, how is Grail able to enter and she cannot? And Grail laughs, telling her it's because the gods do not permit those who have left the island to return. However, the relics in this gauntlet we've reverse engineered from the new gods of old allow her to use the ancient energy of the island. It lets her, a half Amazon, who for a brief period was there as a baby, who was held in her mother's arms and never actually set foot on the island until now. She pushes herself through the portal, and as she steps through, she says, home, sweet home. Some of the Amazon warriors gather, asking, who is she? Is she one of their sisters? As she fires a blast into the group, telling them, it doesn't matter who I was from this moment. You will all be Darkseid's servants. Back on the other side of the portal, Diana watches as her Amazonian sisters begin to fly back to the mainland as parademons. As Diana tries to hold off the Amazonian parademon, Steve and his men run in, telling Diana, let me worry about the flyers. You gotta take care of Darkseid. One of Steve's men begins to run through the crowd, yelling that he has found Wonder Woman's sword. But before he can finish the sentence, one of the Amazonian parademons stabs him in the back, and Jason flies through, grabbing it, shouting, I've got it! As Jason turns and heads towards Diana, he asks, Grail was able to cross because she never actually set foot on the island, right? Well, neither have I. Take the sword! Jason tosses Diana her sword, and he aims straight for the corpse. Darkseid fires an Omega beam at him, yelling, no one will stop my daughter! Jason converts his body into wind, telling him, haha, nice try! Good luck hitting someone who can literally turn into the wind. Diana charges at Darkseid, cutting into his chest, telling him, you are insane! Transforming my sisters into parademons. This madness has no rhythm at all. On the other side of the portal, Jason sees the Amazons fighting against the transformed sisters, and then he sees his mother, Hippolyta, fighting Grail. He calls out to her, and Grail turns back asking, how? And that's when Hippolyta smacks her with her spear, cracking Grail in the side of the head. Jason flies down to Hippolyta, telling her, I'm your son! And Hippolyta tells him that it is her beautiful boy. Finally, she's able to see his face. And Grail looks up, stating, oh, how touching. If I had time, I'd vomit. Hippolyta turns, hitting Grail with the end of the spear, telling her, shut your mouth! And back on the other side of the portal, Darkseid punches Diana away, stating, I have said it once before, but because of your persistence, it must be said again. You couldn't defeat me with the Justice League at your side. What chance do you have alone? As Diana is thrown into a wall, Steve runs over, asking, is there anything I can do? And Diana tells him no. She's starting to think that he might be right. She might not be able to defeat Darkseid. Steve says, win or lose, do or die.
Hey,
I'm at your side. I believe in you and I love you. Diana pauses for a moment and says, that's it. Love. Hatred won't win this, but love might. She jumps back into the fray, but Darkseid punches her back, telling her, perhaps I should enslave you too. You would make a fine hunger dog. Diana starts getting back up, stating that she is not going to fight it with fists, but with love. Not for him, but for her father and half siblings whom he murdered. The one ones who share her blood, the ones whose energy makes them all connected. Darkseid swings again, but Diana catches the punch, telling him she wants them to know how much she loves them. She wants them to feel her presence. She swipes at his face, but rather than let the blood be drawn, it is light. Darkseid shouts in pain, and as he does, the light pouring out of him begins to get brighter, and all of Diana's half-siblings begin to free themselves, coming out of his being. As the last of them comes out, Zeus himself steps out, and he tells Diana, I am proud of you and your brother. Tell him. But before he can finish, his light fades and Darkseid screams as his body is torn apart from the inside. He has only returned by taking the power of these old gods, and they have been stripped out of him. His body begins to turn to nothingness, and Steve asks what happened. Diana says that she honestly isn't sure. She thinks Darkseid might actually be dead this time. Steve points back to the portal, telling her, yeah, we've all heard that before. The portal's closing, and Jason is still on the other side. Back on the island of Themyscira, Jason sets down the last of the Amazonian parademons, telling Hippolyta that is the last. Hippolyta tells him that she is more worried about him. The portal to Earth is closing. The two look back, and Hippolyta goes on stating that after all this time, she's finally able to see him, but right now, we must go while there's still time. Just know that she did what she did in order to protect him. He must believe that. Jason smiles, telling her of course he does now. She doesn't have to say that she's sorry. He just needed to see her, and that's all he wanted. Hippolyta hands Jason her spear. It was designed by Artemis and crafted by Hephaestus. It's enchanted and unbreakable. It's the only thing that she can get it. Jason tells her that he doesn't need, but Hippolyta pushes it into his hands, telling him that there's no time, he must go, and know that he goes with his mother's love. Back on Earth, Steve and his men finish rounding the last of the parademons just as the boom tube closes. And Jason flies off, stating that he hates her. Diana runs up, stating that she thought she would lose him forever, and Jason tells her that he wouldn't have minded it honestly, but he got to meet his mother, so she told him that she loved him. Diana hugs him, telling him that she saw father too. She's not sure if he's alive or not, but at least he's free of Darkseid. Whatever happened to Grail? Jason tells her that he stopped a couple more of her transformed sisters to get through, but that's the extent of it. It was her mother that took Grail down. He's going to take a guess that she's now a prisoner of the Amazon. A short while later, Grail opens her eyes, asking what, where. A voice calls out to her, stating that she is in her prison. So the Amazons deem otherwise. Grail sees a shadowy figure in chains, asking if that's so, and who is he? The man steps out with his eyes glowing red, and he tells him, my name is Ares, god of war. This is my prison. My home too, I should say. I am here because, well, the simplest way to put it is that it was best for everyone. Grail tells him that she is no one's prisoner. Is she supposed to live with him? As what, his concubine? She would never. Ares stops her, telling her, don't flatter yourself. I have loved and lain with Aphrodite. What would I need with you? At best, the hope is that I will show you the error of your transgressions through discourse, nothing more. Grail stands up, shouting that her father will come for her. He will find a way to reach this place. She knows that he's not dead. If he were, she could sense it. She's sure that he's out there. Somewhere on Earth, a man with gray skin looks at his reflection and asks, where am I? Who am I? That is the question, isn't it? Well, time to find the answer to that. And there you have it, the Darkseid War playlist combined into one giant epic. Everyone has been asking what happened to Darkseid War, and I feel like a lot of you lost track of what happened to it, because basically Darkseid War happened and then it seemingly vanished. Like all the epilogue stuff came out months later. It wasn't like it came out immediately, like the Superman tie-in or the Wonder Woman stuff. None of that came out immediately. That all came out months later, and then we're all sitting there like, isn't this Darkseid War stuff? And before you ask, we have never found out what happened to Shazam and the New Gods. I'm pretty sure that DC right now is ignoring that all of that even happened. So I'm letting you know right now, I'm pretty sure the Shazam thing just vanished into thin air. Either way, hope you guys enjoyed, and don't forget to subscribe to the Comicstorian channel to get your full massive storylines every Monday right here. See you next time. Welcome to the Full Story series, where me and the Comicstorian team compile a collection of our older videos into one giant epic movie. Today you're going to see the entire run for Agent Venom, which, in my opinion, is one of my favorite comic book characters. Agent Venom's amazing. I love him. I have a separate video explaining why I connect with this character so much. But this is the story of Agent Venom.
Irish.
Eastern Europe, flying Flash, Thompson finds himself jumping headlong into a city being destroyed. A mercenary group is attempting to extract a man who has learned how to weaponize Antarctic vibranium, and Flash needs to stop them before they can. But during his arrival, he found some of the terrorist soldiers opening fire on the innocents in the city. Flash jumps in to shield the last standing woman, and he fights off the rest of the soldiers. However, as he wraps himself around the woman, he sees a grenade fall out right in front of him. He quickly plugs the pinhole and decides to bring it with him, thinking how this mission is already off to a great start. Using the guns from the other dead soldiers, Flash runs through the alleyways, firing in all directions, killing off the remaining soldiers. Then he finds what he's looking for, and he stares down at the barrel of a tank. After getting the woman and the child to safety, Flash goes back and pulls Dr. E-Chemic out of the tank. The doctor tells him to release him at once, but Flash tells him, "You're actually pretty lucky to be alive." And a green ghost floats over and wraps itself around Flash. A voice then tells him that he has a pretty neat costume. So first, you get a trick. And then Jack-O-Lantern slams his broom down on Flash, telling him, "And here's the treat." Jack then grabs the doctor and begins to fly off, and the symbiote starts to creep out from the ghost wrappings. Using the tank next to them, Flash fires a tank shell at Jack to try and stop him. But as he goes to give chase, the woman from before begs him to take her son out of there, so Flash decides to take them with him. While swinging through, Jack comes back, knocking Flash out of the air, causing him and the civilians to begin to fall back down to the streets. Jack then slashes away at Flash's face, and Control radios in telling him to stay calm. He's losing control of the symbiote. Just then, Flash turns webbing up Jack, and the symbiote punches him back, stating, "We're in control now." Jack quickly jumps back and pins Flash down, ready to cut off his head, and that gives Flash another idea. The grenade from before is then thrust into Jack's mouth, and it explodes. Jack begins coughing and calls out to his room to try and escape. But before he can fly far enough off, Flash webs up the doctor and brings him out of Jack's grips, causing him to fall back down to the ground. Later, over at Project Rebirth, General Dodge has the symbiote removed from Flash, telling everyone to get out. He needs to talk to Flash alone. Dodge tells Flash that he had to kill the last soldier that occupied that suit. The man lost control, and soon, Dodge is inches away from ending Flash's life if he lets the symbiote take control like that again. Just know next time, if he ever lets the brute anger sully his Operation Venom again, he'll cut it off. Flash's next mission takes him to the Savage Land, where he's being hunted by Kraven the Hunter. With javelins ready in him, Kraven jumps in, stabbing Flash with one of them. Flash knows that he needs to run. He has to get away from him before anxiety can begin to set in. He needs to remember Betty. As the two of them begin to struggle, Flash manages to stab Kraven, but he just grabs a hold of the spike and cuts the symbiote off. Rage begins to set into Flash as it begins to take over, and Kraven jumps up, hitting and knocking Flash back onto the ground. He decides that he has to run. He can't stay here any longer. He can't let Betty bury another liar. A little while later, Flash wakes up in a cave, regaining control of the symbiote. Once he pulls out the last of the spearheads, he looks at his watch and he sees that it's almost been 2 days since he bonded with the symbiote. And after a full 2 days, it can permanently bond with him. Luckily, Command has not set up that failsafe to kill him, yet he only has 1 bullet left, just in case the symbiote tries to take complete control. He has a mission to complete, but he also can't let Kraven run free, so he'll have to kill. And just as he's leaving the cave, Kraven appears before him with a strange look in his eye. He knocks him back down into the cave and he tells him to give him what he desires, one final embrace. Flash retreats back further into the cave and he finds himself in a room with giant bats, ones that can make a lot of loud sonic noises, things that the symbiote really hates. Kraven calls out to him, but as he talks, Flash webs his mouth to stop him from making any noise. He then drags him across the ground, but then Kraven jumps up, thrusting his javelin. After missing, he then throws it, but before he can hit the wall, Flash webs onto it and swings it back around, stabbing Kraven. Kraven screams out, causing the bats to wake up, and as they screech, the symbiote screams, separating itself from Flash. Kraven gets up ready to kill Flash Thompson, but then the bats swoop down, grabbing the both of them and carrying them out of the cave. Just as they get out, Flash takes up the gun that he has only 1 bullet left in, and he fires it into the bat's neck. The bat releases them, and Flash grabs onto a vine, and he pulls himself back to the foot of the cave. This is it. He's going to go back home and tell Betty everything. No more secrets from her. As long as he has her, nothing else can matter. And then he sees the symbiote crawling towards him. As it begins to bond back with him, he can hear a voice, one stating how it needs him just as much as he needs it. There's no time for questions, though. He has a mission, and he needs to stop the Antarctic vibranium from shipping out of here. Elsewhere, though, someone watched the whole thing and saw Flash outside of his symbiote suit. A little while later, over in Brooklyn, Betty begins to hear a voice at the foot of her bed and is someone lighting a match. Jack appears before her and asks, how does she love that legless drunk anyway? Back in the Savage Land, Flash makes his way down into the vibranium mines, killing all of the henchmen in his way. His fight with Kraven cost him days, and now the vibranium shipment is getting ready to leave. Slowly, the symbiote is gaining more and more control over him. Once the last henchman falls, Flash gives himself a sedative to try and relax the symbiote, but it will only give him about an hour, so he needs to hurry. Topside of the mine, the henchmen begin to prepare to take off with the vibranium, and Flash runs in, charging through all of the men. But before jumping off the ledge, Flash leaves behind a bomb and he shoots his web. He needs his Hail Mary play. Will he make it? The web grabs a hold of the helicopter's tire, and Flash pulls himself up, and as he opens the door, the pilot tries shooting him, but then is quickly thrown out. Just as Flash jumps into the pilot seat, a voice over the radio begins to come in, telling him thank God he managed to get his shipment under control. But since he destroyed his mining operation, using his clearance in the army, he's going to deliver that chopper to New York. Flash asks if he really thinks he's just going to bring him the vibranium, and the man tells him, yes, I would want to deliver it too. You know, if I didn't want to see my girlfriend blown up. Back in Brooklyn, Peter Parker goes to visit Betty and realizes that something is wrong in Betty's apartment. Something very bad. And over in Bushwick, New York, Crime Master tells Flash Thompson one hell of a job. Really got us out of a pickle. But just like I promised, Betty is in a warehouse by the river. End of Valentine Lane. You have about 5 minutes, so you might not want to call your superiors, or that bomb will go off a little early. Flash leaves, swinging through the city, but the symbiote slowly begins to take more control of him. He's had it too long, but that doesn't matter right now. All Flash knows is that he needs to get to Betty. He can't let anything stop him, and then Spider-Man appears, kicking Venom down. Flash tries to tell him to wait, but Spider-Man punches him and sends him flying into the ground. And then Spider-Man lands, telling everyone, you need to run! And through the dust, Venom webs up Spider-Man, pulling him in and hitting him with a massive punch. Flash's mind tells Venom to stop, but Venom continues flinging and beating down on Spider-Man. The more Flash tries to talk to the symbiote, the more he realizes there's no response. The symbiote is blinded by rage, and then Venom screams out, kill Spider-Man! Back in Bushwick, Crime Master's henchmen begin unloading the helicopter, and that's when one of them notices something laying inside. He shows Crime Master, who looks at it, and then he pushes the man off the building. Seconds later, an explosion goes off. Over at the Project Rebirth facility, General Dodge says someone please correct him if he's wrong. But pushing that kill switch was supposed to blow up Venom, right? Catherine mentions, well, a bomb did go off, but it was over in Bushwick. Back in Brooklyn, the fight between Venom and Spider-Man rages on. But not long into it, Spider-Man begins beating Venom down, shouting, where is she? Flash manages to mutter out, bomb! And Spider-Man goes back to punching him, shouting, what did you do with her? Flash tries to back away and escape, but Spider-Man webs up his leg and slams him back into the ground. He then jumps into attack, but as he gets close, Venom turns back and cracks him across the face. The punch sends Spider-Man flying through a store, and Venom charges in, reaching out. But instead of grabbing Spider-Man, he grabs the sedatives next to him and starts downing hundreds of pills. Venom slowly stumbles away and says, warehouse, Valentine Lane. Spider-Man tries to figure out if he can trust him, but then Venom lifts a truck up and throws it. Flash tells Venom that he needs to stop, and if he doesn't, Betty is going to die. If he stays, Dodge will kill him. Does he want another host? Venom stops and thinks about it and decides he doesn't want another host, so he'll allow Flash to take back over. Flash rushes over to the warehouse, and just as he gets to it, it explodes. Everything is gone. Everything good in his life. Betty. He's not a hero, he's a villain. And then he sees Spider-Man escaping at the last second with Betty. Flash manages to say thank you, but Spider-Man tells him no. You're a deranged sicko. I'll find you again, and next time, you won't be thanking me. As the symbiote begins to pull back, Flash notices that during the fight, Spider-Man managed to place a tracker on him. So for now, he'll keep it. There will probably be a time when he needs Spider-Man to find him. Flash radios to Catherine that the vibranium shipment is in New York, and he's en route to stop it. Currently, he's still in control of the suit. As Flash swings through, a little robot devils flutter around, stating how they love his costume. And then they begin to breathe fire all over him. Flash manages to...
Alright, Benny, take a break. A nonplussed noble. The nonplussed noblewoman is looking up into the carpets with a panicked expression. Oh, my baby, my poor, poor baby. How did you get up there? Oh, whatever shall I do? It's so high up. Please, somebody do something. You'll help me, won't you? Please. I promise you'll be repaid. Please save my poor kitty. Alright, we got a cat quest. That is a cute kitty. Strangely familiar cat. Maybe a little bigger. Do you have her? Do you have my dear, dear kitty? Yeah, there's her cat. there you are, you silly little thing. You had me so worried. You little kitty. What? You think my dear little kitty isn't really a cat? She's really a coral? Ha! To think I almost believed you there for a second. My dear little kitty isn't some man-eating monster. Just look at her. Look how cute she is. She will eat you in your sleep. That is not a normal cat. You know, just cat stuff. See what these other people want. It's a pretty easy quest as far as quest goes. A well-mannered widow. The widow's gazing mournfully at a bunch of flowers she's carrying. Oh, how do you do there, dearie? Not many people have time to talk to someone like me. I wanted to go and visit my husband's grave, but my back is troubling me dreadfully. Do you have the time to do a kindness for a weary old woman? It would mean the world to me if you could take these flowers to Grogain Mills and place them on my husband's grave. Can I just throw them in the garbage and say I did it? That'd be unethical. See, it looks like we got a cook here, maybe. Norterel grows worried about the supply stores at Falcon's Nest. You'd like to help out, would you? I suppose there's something you might be able to lend a hand with. We're rather short of foodstuffs. There are plenty of Steinbocks wandering around outside the fortress. Please slay a few of them and bring me their meat. I'd say 3 should be enough for the time being. It's horrible stuff. It's tough like boot leather, and it tastes like it too. But we can't afford to be picky around here, especially not with our food stores looking the way they do. Seems reasonable. Ariani, no, Ariune is lost in thought. I look worried, you say? Nothing of the sort. I was simply thinking about something. The rebuilding of Falcon's Nest, in fact. The damage from the calamity and the freezing winds it brought with it was tremendous. Even the rats fled, driven out by the cold. With the imposter Guillemot dealt with, we can move forward with the rebuilding of the fortifications. I'm truly delighted and proud to be part of it, but it is no simple task. The heretic's various supporters are obviously still a major concern, and the high houses still have their squabbles and their disputes with the citizenry. Frankly, there is no end to the difficulties we face. Just yesterday, some valuable supplies went missing, stolen from within this very fortress right beneath our noses. We've no leads and we don't have the resources to scour the highlands looking for these supplies, but if you happen to see a group of suspicious-looking fellas carrying a crate with them, it may well be our stolen goods. Please recover them for us. I think we got something about grandfather's belongings. Let's see, do I have to find some guy's grandfather's hammer? Maybe his ring? Perhaps his grandfather's sword? Yeah, grandpa problems you got. These are all quests from ladies so far. Even if I had the time to head out there alone, if I ran afoul of those beasts, I wouldn't stand a chance. You see, one of the reasons I requested this posting was so I could recover my grandfather's belongings. They ought to be near the frozen docks of Camp Riversmeet. But things being as busy as they are, I am not at liberty to leave my post at the moment. What's worse, the area is absolutely teeming with monsters, so I can't just send anyone in my stead. But you look like you could handle yourself. Might you be so kind as to help me? Notice how I never say yes. I just seem to silent way accept I need to do the task. So I'll do if you want to get into it, help you out. Yeah, just whenever you get into it, let me know what server you're into. I think they even allow you to play for free up to a certain point. In fact, I think I had some kind of recruitment that would give you like a certain amount of like 3 days of shit. So let me know if you ever want to get into it. Eternal enemy of man. Oh, looks like I got some time before that dungeon starts. Alright, let's watch a little more Venom while I hang out in the snow. Smoke some weed.
To fight some of them off, but then Jack O'Lantern flies back in, punching Flash off of the building. Jack tells him that he's kind of new at this. He's never really had a nemesis before, so he's gonna chain him up for now. He then starts flying through the buildings, dragging Flash along, and just before he can kill him, Crime Master radios in. He says that vibranium is being intercepted by the government, the shipment he was supposed to guard. Jack takes off, stating that they'll have to continue this later, but he'll be seeing him around. Eugene. But before leaving, Flash managed to tack the locator the Spider-Man left on him, stating that he'll be seeing someone soon. A little while later, Flash, Betty, and Peter all sit in Betty's apartment after finally getting a chance to go home. Everyone begins to wonder why was it that Betty was targeted. She mentions that it might have been because of the recent crime story that she put out, and they just got upset. Peter says that it may have just been the monster trying to lure out Spider-Man, but Flash says maybe Spider-Man is just getting in the middle of something, like he's a trouble magnet. But before the argument of whether Spider-Man is good or bad for everyone, Betty says that maybe it's just all brought on by Betty Brant's crack journalism. They're just gonna have to wait and see what happens next. As Betty leaves, Flash and Peter sit on the couch, and Peter says maybe she's just unlucky, ended up in the middle of something bad, and Flash tells him yeah, that much is clear.
I kind of like the direction of him kind of being stepdad.
Things in New York have gotten weird recently. People are gaining spider powers from a bizarre infection going around New York City. Right now, it's kind of contained. A bank robber that's strong enough to break out of webbing, a police officer that's able to take him out with a single punch, and maybe a wannabe vigilante. This is all a part of the latest plan from the Jackal, one of Spider-Man's worst villains, the man that is capable of cloning Peter Parker and is currently trying to see how far he can spread this disease, causing mild panic in the hospitals as people are coming in.
Look at that guy. Look at that guy's belly. He's like,
reporting sticky fingers and odd feelings. Peter Parker, aka Spider-Man himself, is off training with Madame Web, but more worried about his lack of spider sense. You see, Horizon Labs, the company that Peter Parker works for, accidentally created a device that jams Spider-Man's spider sense, and in response, he's been learning Kung Fu and how to properly fight from Shang-Chi and Madame Web herself. He calls it Spider-Fu. While Peter Parker is going back to his apartment because his girlfriend Carly Cooper wants to chat about something that she discovered, Jackal is moving forward with the next part of his plan. The revival of the first Peter Parker clone, the misfit, the reject, Kane. He's looking a little bit more like a spider though, and less like Peter Parker now. Over at Peter Parker's apartment, Carly shares an amazing secret with him. Somehow, she's got the spider powers. She tells Peter this while standing on the ceiling of his apartment. Peter's in shock. So you got spider powers and you just come out and tell me? And just like that, she makes Peter feel like crap. Well, yeah, we're a couple, and this is what couples do. Who else am I gonna share this with? Thanks, I guess. So after showing off her strength, she asks Peter that since he makes tech for Spider-Man, can he maybe make her some spider tech? Maybe he could even set her up with Spider-Man so that she could possibly become his sidekick. Can we just do something normal? I need to go drop Aunt May off at the airport. Oh, that's lame. I should go on patrol or something. That'd be awesome. Meanwhile, Jackal is putting the next phase of his plan into action. He goes to a local gang with his two enforcers, the Spider King and Tarantula. He hands the gang a box filled with Spider-Man uniforms, and he tells them that it's their lucky day. He then sets a bunch of criminals with spider powers loose on New York, all dressed up as Spider-Man. Mary Jane looks around at dozens of Spider-Men swinging around causing problems, and she says to herself that if we're doing the clone thing again, I swear I'm going back to LA. She then jumps underneath a car saving a kid as various superheroes arrive, and Hawkeye shouts, "Everyone assemble!" Over at the George Washington Bridge, after dropping Aunt May and her husband off at the airport, Peter and Carly find themselves in a traffic gridlock when the radio host starts reporting about Spider-Man going crazy all over the town. Carly tells Peter sorry, she's a cop, and she gets on the roof and then using her organic webbing, she's out of there. But as she leaves, she decides to tell Peter that this looks like a job for your friendly neighborhood Spider Cop. Peter then gets out of the car, so that's what that feels like. And then he sneaks off and changes and joins her as Spider-Man. Well, the real one. Meanwhile, back at Ground Zero with the Spider-Man attack, the Avengers and everyone else are shocked because every single one of these Spider-Men are as strong as Spider-Man himself. At least they aren't cracking the webhead's lame jokes, Hawkeye says, dropping another one of the black-suited Spider-Men. Speak for yourself, Hawkeye. That'd give me a bigger reason to pound them, Luke Cage says, preparing to punch another armored Spider-Man. But at that exact moment, Spider-Man, the real one, Peter Parker, comes swinging in and he sees Miss Marvel. Hey, Miss Marvel, I'm looking for our girl. And she knocks him on the ground. Great, now they're all getting pervy, she tells the rest of the superheroes. Peter gets back up and he tries to explain. I'm the real Spider-Man. But the thing turns back to him. Yeah, like I haven't heard that 5 times already. And he clobbers Spider-Man. Then Iron Fist comes in with a fully charged Iron Fist. So Shang-Chi jumps in to save the day. He was watching the whole thing unfold with Madame Web, and Madame Web can see into the future, and she saw this coming. But he refuses to stand by while Peter is getting beaten on by his friends. Hawkeye snaps at Shang. What are you doing? That's one of the bad guys. but Wolverine confirms it. Yeah, that one smells like ours. Plus, he ate a cherry Pop-Tart. Peter rubs his head, telling Wolverine, "Shh, I didn't bring enough for everyone." But everyone tells Peter that he has to get out of this fight. If he's here, everyone will be holding back just in case they might punch him. So sadly, Peter leaves and he changes back into his civilian clothes. He then runs over to Mary Jane and a reporter friend of his, and that gives him an idea. If Spider-Man can't join the fight, why couldn't Peter Parker? So he hands the camera to Mary Jane and he tells her to point it right at him. Keep him on frame. Hey, if you're watching this, then you know what's going on. Some New Yorkers woke up today with spider powers and now they're tearing our city apart. And all over the world, everyone's asking, why would they do that? Because everyone knows us as loud, rude, obnoxious jerks. Well, guess what? This morning, I woke up with spider powers just like the rest of you, and I'm gonna do my part. My name's Peter Parker, and I'm a native New Yorker. And when I look around, I don't see a bunch of jerks. I see teachers, nurses, cops, parents, neighbors, and friends. Good people who give their all every day. I see heroes, and today, we're not just heroes, we're superheroes. So Peter Parker then swings back in with a bunch of regular people that got spider powers, ready to save the day. And they begin beating on the spider-powered villains, and Carly notices her boyfriend Peter is in the fray. But once all of the villains are nabbed up, things go into full swing. The spider flu is a disease that Reed Richards needs to cure, so they lock down New York and they quarantine it. No one gets in or out. Peter then reports to Horizon Labs, while Spider Cop Carly gets to work trying to prevent the regular citizens from becoming superheroes. Reed takes Peter aside because he knows that Peter is really Spider-Man and he takes his blood. The only thing that they know at first is that superpowered individuals aren't affected. It's only affecting normal people. But while they're searching for a cure, something else interesting is going on. Eddie Brock, now known as Anti-Venom, is running around trying to cure people of the spider flu. His symbiote can do it, and he's just crazy enough to think that he can be New York's savior. While Flash Thompson, aka Agent Venom, is also secretly jumping into New York to assist with this problem as a Black Ops operative. Back with Peter Parker, he has now joined Carly in her investigation because Reed got what he needed, and she decided that this whole thing sounds like something that an old Spider-Man villain, the Jackal, would do. So they swing themselves to the last known hideout of the Jackal to see what clues they can find out. But while they're tracking down the Jackal, Agent Venom has run into a bit of a problem on the nearby bridge as he's battling against King Spider, one of the Jackal's enforcers. He manages to use one of the local superheroes as a weapon by throwing him into the air and having him land on King Spider, knocking him unconscious. And then he hauls him off to his Black Ops unit to figure out who King Spider is. While the entire situation is a mess because King Spider broke free, Flash Thompson was able to get his Venom symbiote back and he's about to kill King Spider. And that's when everyone discovers that King Spider is actually a transformed Steve Rogers. He's actually Captain America. So they subdue him, and Agent Venom uses his symbiote to change his appearance into King Spider, allowing him to go undercover into Jackal's organization. Meanwhile, back with Peter Parker and Carly, they've entered Jackal's lair only to find White Rabbit, Chance, and Scorcher waiting. Carly tells Peter that this is perfect. If the bad guys are here, that must mean Jackal's involved. They both leap into the air, dodging the flames coming from the Scorcher, and Peter throws out a web barrage, and Carly starts trying to fight against the White Rabbit, only to take a hit to her head. Seeing his girlfriend in trouble, Peter jumps onto White Rabbit using his spider foo, and this confuses Carly because if he had these crazy moves, why didn't he use them earlier? But that was all it took to wrap up the villains and haul them off. But before she goes, Carly tells Peter that she needs to talk to Spider-Man and him together, figure out a way to get them both into the same location because she needs to see them. Meanwhile, Anti-Venom is trying his best to cure everyone near him, but the civilians of New York don't want to be cured. They consider Eddie Brock's Anti-Venom a monster trying to take away their awesome powers, and he keeps trying to tell them that he is their savior. But all of these spider-powered individuals popping up is also causing issues for Madam Web, because she's now becoming overwhelmed with the amount of spider-powered people joining the Web of Life. It's overwhelming. She doesn't know what's causing it. Back with Spider-Man and Carly, he explains that she just missed Peter, and that's when they get a call to go stop Shocker because he's breaking into a bank during this whole thing, as odd as that is. When they get there, right off, Spider-Man can tell that something is wrong because the Shocker now has 6 arms. I need this money! I don't want to be a stupid freak, he shouts out as he begins throwing his beams all over the place. They said they could fix me if I got this money! Wait, Shocker, are you serious? Spider-Man says, dodging everything, and that's when the Shocker pulls off his mask to reveal the monster that he is changing into. Matters get even worse though as Carly begins changing into a full-on spider monster behind Peter Parker. And then the Web of Life goes to its extreme as people begin changing all over New York. Spider-Man looks in horror as everyone around him begins changing into these giant spider monsters, and they all begin to crawl away. He then hits his knees, feeling defeated because he lost track of Spider Carly. All of these spider monsters are going to one central location in Central Park, to the Spider Queen! It turns out that Jackal isn't the evil mastermind behind this plot. The Spider Queen is actually a woman named Eorzea, a woman with a history tied into Captain America and Spider-Man. She originally defeated them and then went into hiding until Captain America found her, as she was starting her plans with the Jackal. So she defeated him with her new superpowers and had him changed. At that moment, Agent Venom, disguised as King Spider, arrives at the location. He kneels before the Queen, and they accept him. The plan worked. Meanwhile, back with Anti-Venom, he's retreated into a church where there are now mutated spider people that have changed their tune and they're begging for him to cure them. He decides to take his role as the savior to heart. He'll cure them all! Back at Horizon, Mayor Jonah Jameson has decided that he has his own plan, and he demands that his bodyguards take him to the emergency command center. Of course, this is a terrible idea as his convoy is quickly under attack from the giant spider monsters, and Spider-Man has to swing in to save the day. But Jameson refuses to be saved by Spider-Man again, and he gets out of his car using his own spider powers to start fighting against the monsters with Spider-Man. J. Jonah Jameson, the sensational Spider-Man, too many quips, my brain is overloading, Spider-Man says. Not another word, Jameson says, joining him in the fight. Meanwhile, back with the Spider Queen, she now gets news that there is someone named Eddie Brock, otherwise known as Anti-Venom, out curing the Spider Flu. So she decides to send the Spider King off to kill Anti-Venom, not realizing that she actually just sent Agent Venom off. Over at the command center, Spider-Man and Jameson arrive, and Spider-Man sees Jameson's plan to use Alistair Smite, the Spider Slayer, against the spider monsters. With everyone telling him that he's insane, Jameson walks over to Smite. How do I stop a whole city of spiders? But since Jameson has displayed spider powers, he is also connected to the web, the same web that the Spider Queen is using to manipulate the spider monsters, and she makes Jameson remember his own wife being killed by Smite. Jameson begins to change and morph into the giant spider monsters, and he lunges at Alistair, biting him on the neck and killing him. Meanwhile, across the town at the church, Agent Venom has arrived to get Eddie Brock, but Brock recognizes the Venom symbiote and he begins to freak out! He tells Agent Venom that Venom is a leash and it'll change its owner like it did to him. But Agent Venom tells him that he's not a mass murderer. So Anti-Venom throws Agent Venom out of the church and he tries to cure him, wiping out the symbiote to finally get his revenge against it. But Agent Venom manages to kick Anti-Venom off of him, and the two duke it out even more, with Flash Thompson slowly losing control of his symbiote. Venom is mad and Flash can't keep it in check. Once Anti-Venom gets Agent Venom back onto the ground, he starts to get ready to cure it again. And Flash freaks out, throwing the whole symbiote onto Anti-Venom. Now without having any control over it, it starts to try and take control of Eddie. And it begins to try and get rid of his Anti-Venom so it can go home, where it belongs. It wants to become the true Venom again. But Flash begs it, come back, return to me, I need you. The symbiote considers it, and it leaves Eddie Brock for Flash Thompson again, leaving Eddie unconscious. Agent Venom picks him up and he drops him off with Reed Richards back at Horizon Labs, where Eddie willingly gives up his Anti-Venom symbiote for Reed to use, even if it'll turn Eddie back to normal again. He'll be the savior! All Agent Venom had to do was ask. Back with Mary Jane, she's finally gotten spider powers after everyone else around her has already completely changed. In using them, she's trying to save people and become a spider-powered individual. It's time for Spider Jane, people! And then back over at the emergency command center, Spider-Man is fighting against a super-powered Jameson trying to kill everyone. Luckily, he was able to knock him out and web him up. He then runs over to Alistair. We can save you! But Alistair knows that he's done, and he tells Spider-Man that he already has the answer, the Spider Slayers. Meanwhile, Reed has used the Anti-Venom symbiote to come up with a cure, and he injects it into one of Peter's co-workers to check if it works. And it does, but the moment that he changes her back, the Queen knows, because she can feel Reed severing people from the Great Web. Realizing that them having a cure isn't good for their plans, Jackal suggests that they send their other enforcer to destroy the cure. Send in the monstrous King. Back at Horizon Labs, Madam Web has figured out why she can't see the future. It's not just the fact that there are so many spiders, it's the fact that this problem is combined with the spider jammers. Together, there are too many visions and she can't find a correct path to the future. She teleports into Horizon Labs into a ball of fire. She tells the fools there to turn off their jammers. Not only does it block Spider-Man, but it also disrupts her vision. Fix it now! Spider-Man, on the other hand, is returning to his lab to see if he can figure out what Alistair is talking about. And he slips in like he always does, but he does find it odd that the computer is already reading him inside. He drops into the lab, and Kane jumps on him. Kane begins to swing at Spider-Man, and Spider-Man tries to convince him to stop. Kane is just doing the Jackal's bidding again. He's better than this. But Kane can't hear him, He just hears the Jackal's orders and he swings at Spider-Man again. So Spider-Man goes to plan B and he starts using his spider foo on Kane. The Kane isn't even effective, but he throws Spider-Man to the ground. See your moves. Got them on tape. With Spider-Man on the ground, Kane runs over to the doors and using his Parker DNA, he gets inside where the cure is being manufactured off of the anti-venom symbiote. If he can destroy this, they won't be able to make another cure. Kane creates a toxin that the Jackal orders him to do, and he throws it into the vat of the cure. But before it can hit the vat, Spider-Man uses his webs and he catches it. Kane replies by getting his webbing onto Spider-Man's face and yanking him towards himself. And then he holds him over the vat of the cure, ready to shove him in with the toxin and cure Spider-Man and contaminate the rest of it once and for all. Right then, at that exact moment, the scientists of Horizon Labs deactivate their spider chambers. It's back! Spider-Man has his spider sense again, and it's stronger than ever. He dodges the punch, jumps into the air, and cracks Kane on the back of the head, throwing him into the cure. Kane then crawls out of the vat of cure. Little help over here? Spider-Man runs over. Kane! Kane explains everything. The Queen is behind this, that Jackal is working for her, and that they need to stop her. While over with the Queen and the Jackal, she slams him with a sonic blast, propelling her again. And Madam Web realizes the mistake that she's made, because the Queen is now getting all of the power of her spider underlings. Meanwhile, back with Agent Venom, he's decided to infiltrate her base, but once she catches him, she kicks his butt across the floor until they both end up in Central Park, where a now-cured Captain America jumps in to join the fight. With their efforts combined, they drop the Queen and finally succeed in ending this. Or so we'd hope, because the Queen begins to get all of the power from her spiders, and she changes in to the giant Spider Queen, the true Queen of the Spiders. Captain America turns to Agent Venom. Soldier, are you with me? Always. All right, round two. Across town, back at Spider-Man's lab, Kane and Spider-Man come up with a plan. Why not have two Spider-Men? So he gives him one of his older suits and they get ready to tag team this adventure. Over in what was once Central Park, the Spider Queen is rampaging with Agent Venom and Cap on a helicopter in front of her, and the rest of the superheroes trying to figure out what the heck they should do. Kane and Spider-Man land a safe distance away trying to think of what they should do, and that's when Madam Web appears. She's feeding off of the strength from all of her subjects, an entire island. She's a god now, Peter. The only way you can stop her is by killing her. Peter and Kane then jump off the roof together. You know that's not my way, Madam Web. Parker Brothers, away! That is not our catchphrase. We'll get sued, Kane says, ready to be the hero again. Spider-Man swings in with a solid punch at the Queen's head, and she throws him back against the building, but he gets caught by Mary Jane swinging by. Figured I owed you a few, Tiger. I don't know how to fight this one, MJ. Build something! That's your speech? Build something? Do you see the size of her? We would need 1,000,000 Spider Slayers to... I have an idea! With that, Spider-Man and MJ leave the superheroes and Kane to fight against the Spider Queen. He takes off to the police precinct where all of his old villains' gear is located. And he goes to the safe where they're keeping Doc Ock's Octobots. Then, they go to the largest antenna in Manhattan. Using it, he controls all of the Doc Ock Octobots, every single one of the millions of them out there. And he gets them to Horizon Labs, where he grabs up all of Reed Richards' cure. Then, using the bots, he sticks every single one of the spider monsters with the cure to turn them back into regular people. The loss of so many spider people begins to depower the Queen. I'm gonna save everyone, MJ, Peter says with a grin. Back over at the Queen, she begins to lose her power. But she isn't done yet. So Miss Marvel turns to Kane. Me and Spidey have a move. You think you can do it? If you can do it, I can do it. So she grabs one of his webs and she spins him around, throwing Kane. He then crosses the line that Peter Parker never could. He pulls out his spider fangs that are in his wrists and he launches right through the Queen's head, killing her. And the superheroes win again. The Queen is dead. All of the humans turn back into humans, and everyone laughs at how they're naked now. Eddie Brock is considered a hero to all of New York after saving everyone, and Reed gets credit for saving the city with Eddie's help. Kane decides that he needs to move on. Now that he's alive again, there isn't room for another spider person in New York, so he'll head off for a little while. Maybe somewhere down south, like Houston. Carly Cooper figured it all out. She figured out that Spider-Man is Peter Parker. He was too good with the powers, and he adapted too quickly. She's a cop after all, and the fact that he didn't tell her is a break of trust that she can't live with. So she left him. While everything seems to be going rocky for Spider-Man, as it always does because he lost Carly and he lost Kane, Mary Jane has him open his eyes for 1 second. New Yorkers themselves have found a way to honor their hero. Okay. Now the end of the Spider Island events, Flash Thompson is faced with reading the letter that his father passed away. Still bruised from the last fight, he sits with his mother and Betty at his father's services. Behind the priest, he sees him, Jack arrived. As services come to a close, friends and family all say their goodbyes, and Jack goes to Flash to give him his condolences. Jack introduces himself to Betty, telling her that Flash here saved his life back in Mosul, which is why he's so pretty now. Flash also sponsors him in an Alcoholics Anonymous group, which is why he's here. He knows it's probably a bad time. He could probably use a friend to talk to. At first, Flash tells him now isn't a good time, but Betty says it's alright. He sounds like he really needs him, and Jack tells her, it would mean the world to me. Who knows? He might just be saving a life. A little while later, Jack takes Flash to Crime Master's hideout, where Crime Master tells him that he has his condolences, buddy. But to get to the point, I need your alter ego to get a little work done. Flash asks him, if I do this, will you leave me alone? And Crime Master tells him, oh god, no. Probably not. For those of you who don't know, Flash Thompson, aka Agent Venom, is currently being blackmailed to work with Crime Master and Jack-O-Lantern. The deal here isn't what you've given us, Flash. It's about what you get to keep. Your mother, Betty, I'll allow them to keep on living if you work for me. So I'm gonna need you to go ahead and head out towards Las Vegas. Your suit will know what it needs to do when it gets there. Flash knows that he could kill him, twist his head off right now. But the goons would gun him down and then Jack would kill Betty. Though now isn't the right time, soon he will kill them as Venom. Kill every last one of them. The next day at the Project Rebirth facility, the military organization keeping track of the Venom situation, General Dodge receives a visit from Captain America, who's here to shut down his Project Rebirth. Though if it wasn't for Venom, the world would be plagued with spiders in the Spider Island event. But because the Venom symbiote is such a dangerous tool, it is to come back with him to the new Avengers station for containment. When Captain America then asks where it is so he can take it, he's told that, sadly enough, the operative's identity is confidential, along with any file that contains his identity being deleted. Worse yet, Agent Venom is already long gone. Outside of the snow, Flash thinks that there is still time. He can turn around and take the suit back. But if he does, he wouldn't be able to protect his family. Since Crime Master found out his identity, he could just kill Betty. Without the suit, he's just nothing. So Flash begins to scale down the mountain, and that's when he hears Captain America telling him this could end one of two ways, and he would prefer the easy route. Flash tells him that he needs the symbiote right now. Lives are on the line. You're gonna have to trust me on this one, Captain. Captain America tells him, it's a rotten alien I don't trust. Just as Captain gets ready to throw his shield, Flash launches himself at Captain America. Cap catches the kick, and once Flash jumps away, throws his shield, hitting him in the back of the head. The two of them struggle on the ground, and Flash webs up Cap's face and punches him. The hit was so hard that it knocked Cap over the cliff. Flash quickly swings down, catching him, and after setting him back down on the ground, he swings away. Shortly after, Cap goes back to report that Agent Venom fled, and what's worse, he took my bike. Days later, Flash Thompson heads back home to make sure that everything is alright with Betty and his mother. And as he hangs up the phone, he knows that Betty isn't going to put up with his lies much longer. As he heads back to his hotel room, he plans how he's going to kill Crime Master. But just as he opens the door, he sees Jack laying on his bed. The Venom suit quickly covers Flash, and Jack tells him, relax, I'm not here to kill you. I'm just here to help you. We're gonna be road trip buddies. Flash tells him that wasn't the deal, but Jack says, that's the funny thing about being blackmailed. The deal is what we say it is, and I know what we're supposed to collect. Jack offers Flash a drink and he tells him no. So Jack says, your father was a drinker too, right? Flash grabs him and Venom takes over, telling him, never mention my family again. Jack tells him, temper, you're losing control. We wouldn't want that. Think in the driver's seat. It'll be bad for business. The next morning, the two of them head out for Vegas, but along the way, a news report comes on the radio about a cave at the Douglas mine and Elko trapping several men. Flash stomps on the brakes and spins the car around. And Jack asks him, just what the hell are you doing? Flash tells him that they just passed Elko. They're gonna go help those men. Over at the mine, some of the workers gathered around as one of the men was impaled and is currently under a few large boulders. The workers try to tell the man to hang on. They're gonna go get some help. But moments later, everyone begins to hear rumbling. They all look up and they see Venom pulling back some of the rocks and telling them that he's not really an expert, but this roof seems a bit faulty. As he holds the roof back from caving in, Jack tells everyone to hurry up and run, and one of the workers tells him that they can't leave their friend behind. Jack tells him, here's the thing, my friend won't leave until everyone's out. And seeing as this one's kind of stuck, blam! Jack shoots the man, and then he tells Flash, you're right about this superhero thing. It feels terrific. After the incident, Flash and Jack stop by a local diner to get some food. As the waitress walks up, she sees Jack and is startled, and Jack says that he's got a real trash mess for a face, doesn't he? The waitress tries to tell him that isn't it. But as the cook comes out to ask what the problem is, Jack tells him, judging by the food you cook, I might pass on getting something. Flash tells him to forgive his friend, he's got some brain damage. He's a poster child for PTSD. Jack says, yeah, I've had a real rough childhood. I was snatched up as a kid by Crime Master and raised to be his son. Raised and trained to be an assassin. And eventually I went home to my real parents and killed them, and discovered that my particular signature of hollowing out heads and lighting candles in them. Jack then gets up to go use the bathroom, and Flash thinks that he should just return the suit. No more lies. Except he needs it. Jack then comes back out stating that they need to hit the road. He already took care of the check. As they get outside, Flash asks if he left the poor woman a tip, and Jack asks him, what, am I some kind of an ass? Don't worry, I took real good care of her. Later, the two reach Vegas, and Flash enters the casino shouting and creating a scene, spilling his drinks, throwing dice on the workers, so much so that the security has to drag him off. Once alone, the guards tell Flash that he picked the wrong casino to pull that crap in, and then Flash jumps around knocking the two men out. Something here is upsetting the symbiote. Whatever Crime Master is having him come get, Venom doesn't like it. Flash heads to the elevator and begins to head farther in, but the more Flash thinks about his family in danger, the more he begins to lose control, until Venom finally takes over. As the elevator doors bust open, Venom leaps out, throwing all of the security guards to the side. He leaps and he blasts through the security vault smelling something. It's here, and they must kill it. They must kill the competition for what is coming. Toxin must die! Jack tries to radio in telling Venom to control himself, but Venom grabs the Toxin symbiote, tearing it apart. Jack crashes through the window shouting, what are you doing? You realize that you just breached our contract, right? After blasting him away, Jack begins to put the symbiote into a canister, and Venom leaps back in, stating that we have to kill it! He knocks the two of them out of the building, and Jack grabs his broom to stop the fall. Crime Master radios back asking Jack if he has the symbiote, and Jack tells him, yeah, what should I do now? And Crime Master tells him, you should run. Venom begins chasing Jack through the city, and he jumps on his back, causing him to crash into an electric billboard. Jack tries to get back up, but Venom just stomps on him. He gets up ready to swing, but Jack tells him, wait, you need to get this under control or my dad will kill your mom. He's totally a super bad guy. He would really do it. Slowly, Venom begins to shrink, smaller and smaller, until Flash is back in control. Jack tells him, that's good. I know you weren't in full control. So now, I will leave your family alone so long as Venom leaves my family alone, alright? Do yourself a favor and get a drink. Later, after Jack leaves with a canister that contains toxin, Flash makes a call all the way back to Betty. He tells her that he can't go on like this. He can't keep up with her needs and...
Forgot my whole bit. Let's see. She said, some ways beyond here lies the camp Rivers meet. The camp was once the center of luscious pastures, a prime grazing field for cattle and other livestock. Now it's home to naught more than wolves. Pray help drive the beasts away with sword and spell. Slay 3 silver wolves. Let them learn to fear us. I don't think that's how that works, but sure, lady. Kill some more wolves. I think I was already supposed to kill wolves. No, that was the fade.
and his job. She's been great, but they're through. He then heads to the liquor store, buys a bottle, and sits down next to a bum in the alley. The bum watches as Flash drinks most of the bottle in one sip, and he asks him, "Hard times?" Flash hands him the bottle, and as the Venom shadow appears behind him, he tells him, "We're getting used to it." Our story begins in Las Vegas, as Flash Thompson sits in a hotel telling Betty to stop calling him. They're finally through. After throwing down the phone, Flash tells himself that this is good. He just needs to keep her away from him, and then he turns back to the half-drank liquor bottle. Meanwhile, over at the Devil's Den Casino, Laura Kinney receives a tip that someone has made a purchase of her blood. The casino's owner, Mr. Degley, has been planning on stealing something that many have attempted to do before, and that is steal her soul. However, elsewhere, Degley and his assistant Oily make their way to the construction site. The site is guarding a giant pentagram. Oily says that it's time for them to get the party started, and then her and Degley begin their preparations. First, 100 human souls, alien flesh provided by toxin, and the blood of a mortal who's been to hell and back. The skies begin to turn red, and Degley says now they must await their final ingredient. Just outside of Vegas, the new Ghost Rider, Alejandro, and the former Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze, sit in a cafe getting a bite to eat. As they get their food, Alejandro starts to hear them. Hundreds of cursed, sinful souls screaming out. Johnny says that's a pretty big number. They should call a friend of his to investigate. However, as Johnny runs outside to a payphone, Alejandro has already left him behind. Back in the hotel, Flash looks at a picture of his father, thinking about how there were never really any good times, and how now he's following in his father's footsteps with the drinking. Suddenly, there's a loud boom, and Thunderbolt Ross comes charging into the room, telling Flash, housekeeping. Ross says that he's going to hand over the symbiote now, but without Flash to bond with, Venom starts to cover Ross. He runs back out of the room, trying to pull the symbiote off of him, and just as Venom releases, Ross sees Venom caused him to run into a gas station, which then explodes. Out on the strip, Flash runs away, thinking that there's no way that he can handle a Hulk right now. He needs to get away. And then from the blast at the gas station, Ross jumps down and he smiles at Flash, and he tells him, Hulk smash! Moments later, Flash is launched and shot across the city. And then over at the construction site, Alejandra makes her way closer and can hear the screaming getting louder and louder. She realizes that this device is a black doorway, something that can literally bring hell onto Earth. After jumping down, Alejandra begins to ride in the opposite direction that the device is spinning. All the while, Degly is watching and smiling. Soon the force from Alejandra's riding begins to open up the portal, and Degly calls out to her, stating that he could never have done this with any other soul, but she's just powered the centrifuge and opened the door to hell. But she should think twice about stopping, because if she does, the doorway will reverse and pull down everything into hell. During this, Flash and Ross continue to battle, but as Ross is knocked to the ground, he sees the ground is kind of on fire. He asks if this is one of Flash's powers, and Flash tells him, no, I actually thought it was one of yours. Both of them turn back and they start to see demons bursting out of the ground, and they begin to chase all of the humans, and Flash says, hell is exactly what this is. Flash quickly tries to jump in to stop one of the demons, but another gets by, and Ross gets ready with a school bus to smack it down. Back outside of the city limits, Johnny pulls up to see the fire, slowly thinking to himself that he knows what this means. Someone is making a play at the convergence. So after pulling out an amulet and placing it on the Las Vegas sign, he says that this will make a barrier that the Hellfire cannot pass. So it's time for him to step in and fix this. As Degly and Oily ride through the burning city on their chariot, Degly says that Hell's expansion seems to have been halted. Once they get back to Degly's, Oily says that it's been a long time since they've seen home, since his father cast them out. Degly's voice then begins to change, and he says, and now, all of a sudden, Hell bows to Blackheart. Degly changes back into his original form, Blackheart, and Oily changes back into a demon. She tells him that if she had to disguise herself any longer, she would claw her own eyes out. But at least they did have uses for their flesh. After the two of them kiss, Blackheart turns to an orb and says that now it's time for them to gloat. The orb begins to display an image of Mephisto, and Blackheart asks, how is his corner of hell tonight? Mephisto tells him that it's secure, though he can see that that was not a part of his plan to leave it as such. Mephisto laughs, stating, you could have uprooted all of hell, but you only managed to draw in a small, meaningless corner. Surely you didn't think to call and brag about that failure. Blackheart tells him that soon the souls of hell and earth will be his, and soon he will have more power than Mephisto, and he will torment him for eternity. Blackheart then tells Oily to bring him their symbiote warriors, and she tells them that there's a bit of a problem with that. Somebody's already gone and released them. The orb then displays images of Laura already engaged fighting the symbiotes that were created from her blood. Back outside of the centrifuge, Johnny makes his way out to Alejandra, and he tells her that he'll take over for now. She needs to hurry and find whoever is casting this spell. She says the spirits will tear him apart, but he tells her that he's made of some pretty stern stuff. He can survive for a while. Now go. Soon inside Blackheart's office, a loud crash comes out of the window as Laura jumps in asking if he's the pig who stole her blood. And then Flash and Ross burst in.
He's banging that thing, isn't he? Another weird time.
In from the door asking if he's the one responsible for this. Blackheart looks at them and says, I am guilty of all charges. Moments later, through the other window, Alejandra storms in, and Blackheart tells everyone, you are all weak. Now the Hellions mirror cauldron will steal the impression of your soul's true form and twist it. The 4 heroes stand as their 4 counterparts and make their way out of the mirror. Blackheart tells Oily to go find out what's stopping the expansion, and just as she leaves, all of the counterparts begin attacking. Ross calls out to Alejandra and tells her to follow the butt-ugly one with wings, but whatever she needs to do, stomp her. As Flash stands before the evangelist, he tells him that he never really was big on church, plus, he looks kinda weak. The priest begins to shout, "Weakness? I'll show you weakness, just like how much you rely on that suit." Pages from the book that the priest is holding start to fly towards Flash, and they start ripping venom from him. The shadow starts to take form, and Flash sees his father, drinking, and the priest says that it's like father like son, following in the same footsteps as his father. He was crippled even before the war took his legs. Laura begins to look around, asking if this is hell, then how, and X666 finishes, stating, "You're wondering how you can be in hell if you don't have a soul." X66 begins cheering, and Laura pushes her aside, stating, "Yeah, you're the blonde, pure, all-American cheerleader I could never be. Hell's gonna have to try a little bit better than that." X666 then stabs Laura in the back with her metal pom-pom and tells her that she's exactly what she is on the surface, a cheap Wolverine knockoff. Back with Alejandra, Eikor slowly catches up to Alejandra and knocks her off her bike. He stands over her, telling her that he is the blood of the gods. He is pure retribution without their human frailties. As he cracks open the ground, a hole starts to open and Alejandra falls in. He goes on stating that her brand of vengeance isn't holy, it's just selfish mortal revenge. He then tells her that she has so much to pay for, and Alejandra says, "You're right. Alejandra was a bad girl, and you may hold power over her, but Alejandra is dead," Ghost Rider calls out. Alejandra's bike rides in, and then she starts to ride over Eikor as Ghost Rider, telling him, "Ghost Rider is all that's left." But as Alejandra has overcome her weakness, the others are still struggling, along with Johnny, who's trying to maintain the centrifuge. Back outside of the city limits, Stephen Strange and Damon Hellstorm look at the barrier around Vegas, and Damon says, "Hell is coming." As Alejandra makes her way back, Blackheart taunts her, stating that once hell will spread, the spirit of vengeance will sit at my right hand. She tells him to get out of her head. Besides, she's about to snap his beloved's neck. Blackheart watches and tells her to wait, and then calls for all of the counterparts to move in on Alejandra's location. A little while later, Flash finds Ross sitting alone, and Ross says that brain matter thing knew and made him cry out for his mother. They will not talk about this to anyone. Flash then asks if he's got a plan, and before leaping away, he tells him, "Soldier, I've always got a plan." Back at Blackheart's tower, X666 tells Laura that she'll be back soon. She's needed elsewhere, but until then, keep on smiling. Still wounded from before, Laura pushes her way into Blackheart's chamber, and Blackheart's voice asks if she's here to kill him, so she tells him yes. He tells her that she's welcome to try, but he does have bodyguards, and she may recognize them since they're all made from her. Over with Alejandra, she manages to pin Oil down, but just before she can cut her head off, the rest of the counterparts appear to stop her. The priest tells Alejandra to just face it. She can't beat all of them. She belongs with them. God's spirit of vengeance she might be, but she carries a demon inside. X666 starts cheering, telling her, "Join us!" I know, an exciting sauna routine for the new members. Seconds later, Ross and Flash come crashing in, stating that they really don't care about routines. Ross then calls out for them to switch counterparts, and for Alejandra to hurry back up and catch up to Oil. The priest then asks Ross if he feels like his fists are stronger than hell, because if so, he's a fool. A blast shoots out of Ross's chest, and everyone turns to see a giant, gaping hole right through him. Alejandra shouts that she will kill them, but the brain matter being opens Alejandra's chest, telling her that there is nothing. Venom starts to take over Flash, and he tells Alejandra to just go. He'll hold the line. And she tells him that they will kill him like they did Ross and her. Venom's voice starts to take over, telling her, "So they'll kill me, but I'll hold the line." Meanwhile, over at the tower, Laura fights her way through the symbiote clones of herself, and after one last slice at one's head, she focuses her attention at Blackheart. Blackheart stops her for a moment and asks if she would like to know if the clones have souls, because he knows the answer. She stops and tells him, yes. And he says, "You are suffering in hell right now. You couldn't be in hell without a soul, but that's the trouble with souls." Blackheart pushes a button stating, "Souls make people stupid." And then the floor opens up beneath Laura's feet and she falls down into a pit of lava. Back outside, the priest begins to attack Flash using the pages of the Bible as he did before, but this time Venom rushes forward, grabbing the book and aiming it at the brain matter being. He then grabs the priest by the neck and begins to squeeze. The priest shouts, "You can't kill me!" And Flash tells him, "You're not real. My mind created you, so I can damn well kill you." As the priest takes his last breath, hands reach out from behind Flash and then snap. Oily reports that she won't be able to catch the Ghost Rider in time for the amulet. But as Alejandra rides off, Blackheart whispers to her that he can put the souls back into people that she's wronged. So destroy the amulet, and she will put right those that she has wronged. Losing more and more of her strength, she begins to crawl towards the amulet, and Stephen Strange asks, "What are you doing?" She grabs the amulet, and Damien shouts, "No, don't do it!" And then the amulet begins to burn. Ash slowly begins to fall, and she says that she's sorry, and the Fury skull fades. However, just as she grabs the amulet, everyone begins to see the lives that they wanted. Alejandra finally finds her mother. Flash sees that he has all of his limbs again, and how Spider-Man offered him a place as Spider-Man. Ross leads a special group known as the Hulkbusters, and even Laura was saved at the last minute by Logan from the lava pit. But slowly these visions begin to turn. They turn into twisted versions of them or their loved ones dying. Everyone begins to scream out, and they realize that it was all in their head. A voice then calls out to everyone asking if they know where they are, and Flash says that they are fighting evil. Doesn't that give them
breath? Gods be cursed! Mere moments ago, I was mauled by a huge swarm of frost grenades. I made away with my life, but dropped my magic talisman in the confusion. It was a gift for my family, but the instant those monsters saw it, they lost all interest in me. They tore the thing apart and fled with the pieces. That talisman carries a lot of sentimental value for me. I have to get it back, but I can't leave my post. You strike me as quite the capable sort. Be a good lad and recover it for me, would you? It looked like the talisman was broken into 3 separate pieces. I didn't see which of the beasts nabbed the pieces, mind you. I was more concerned with escaping before they regained their interest in me. But please, slay the frost grenades and recover my talisman for me. Oh, so they're actually called frost grenades. They're not like objects. Ah. Get it. Got a quest over here. I guess I'll circle back to the village. The spiteful night is staring wistfully out over the frozen lake. Don't see many adventurers out this way. I was just looking out over Banepool. Great battles were fought at this fortress, but no matter how brutal, no matter how much blood was spilt, this lake always waited patiently to swallow all within its tranquil waters. The calamity changed all that. The lake has frozen over, and slimy goddamn's beasts wander its surface without a shred of respect, and I won't stand for it. I no longer have my old strength, or I'd drive these slimes away myself, slaughter them, so that I might have another glimpse of the lake as it once was. Got it, old man. I make a never-ending story joke, but I'm too classy. See ya. Lucia's looking for someone to help keep her warm through the cold Corinthian nights. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wee, wow. Look troubled, do I? Well, we all have our fair share of troubles out here. You looking to lend a hand? Out here, the cold is a constant nemesis. We could always use more yak wool for the creation of blankets. If you bring me 3 baskets of it, I'll see that it's worth your while. That quest totally led me on, like she was gonna hook up with me or something. It's a lie. Dominique, is simmering with impatience. Greetings, sir. Your reputation precedes you. Once you slay a few primals, word gets around. Seeing as you're so strong and powerful, I was wondering if you might help me out with something. I want nothing more than to support the great Sir Emeric, but Ishgardian society revolves around the nobility. Those of Nato's noble birth, such as myself, have no power at all. The only way to gain power of nobility is through a truly noble display of courage. There's one simple way to do that. Slay a monstrous ancient dragon. There are some feats that cannot be ignored. So I took my spear and came out to Convictory. Sadly, things have not gone as well as I had hoped. I'm still somewhat new to this, you see. I really don't know much about dragons, especially the rarer, larger ones. All the knights are here competing with each other for honor and glory. None of them will share what they know with each other, for fear of losing any edge that they may have. But you're not a convictor. They're not competing with you. I doubt they'd be nearly as tight-lipped with you as they are with me and the other knights here. You might be able to learn a thing or two for me about how I might find and kill one of the larger dragons. What's going on with this dome? Jantella thinks you are ready to try your hand at hunting dragons. Those rooms you slew last time may have been easy hunting, but I assure you, dragons are not. Even veteran convictors can find them to be something of a handful sometimes. If you want to try your hand at it yourself, I suggest you start with some Archonians. Archaeans? Achaeornis. I suggest you start with some Achaeornis. They are great feathered scalekin monsters, and they form part of the Horde's vanguard. You will find the beast wandering about to the north, near Banepool. Find 3 Archaeornis and put them down without mercy. Consider it a test of skill, if you will. Sure. Sly Scout. You mind that I stand behind you this closely? You want to know about dragons, do you? Well, you're speaking to the right man. I know stuff about them beasts that even dragons ain't heard of. Oh, well, too bad about that. Good. Just in time to watch an error to pop up. Guess not enough to crash the game yet. Oh, 2 errors. Must be my lucky day. Hey, it's Wedge and Biggs. So here we are. An Ultima weapon will almost certainly be housed in the depths of the complex. This is it, my friend. There is something I always meant to tell you, yet the time never seemed right. It concerns your father. What of him? In the winter of his years, Midas came to acquire his part in Meteor. He told me that he wanted nothing more than to wash his hands of the whole sword situation. But he did not wash his hands of it. He helmed the project until the day it killed him. Come now, Sid, you must know that he did not have the luxury of choice. By the time he realized his error, it was too late. Meteor had him completely in his thrall. Shortly before his transformation, mayhap sensing that something was amiss, your father confided to tell me all the regions of his life. Early on in your career, you realized that while you had a talent for devising armaments, it would never fulfill you. Long before you knew your own mind, he saw that you would be far happier using your knowledge for peaceful purposes, and the thought touched him. He was a changed man for it, though he could not let it show. You ripped open the walls in this palace just so you could say this to me? What is it that you want, Gaius? I want you at my side, Sid. Take up your father's mantle and become the Empire's lead engineer. It is your destiny. My father had a change of heart. You said so yourself. Besides, I have long known my destiny, and I assure you, it not lies with the Empire. Pity. And what of you, adventurer? Will you consider making common cause? With your powers joined to mine, we might do much for this realm. Together, we could bring order to Eorzea and usher in a lasting peace. And I can expect no better answer than this. So be it. It was your strength that made me proffer my hand in friendship, and it is your strength that makes me proffer my blade. Save as an ally, you are too dangerous to let you remain alone. Great, man. Yeah. Run, sit, or stay, it makes no difference. Gaius, wait! Damn it. Yeah. We're just trying to kill this big fucking statue of a man. I guess it's technically power armor. Actually, this is probably what it's like to fight like someone from the starters, you know? Like a Primarch or something. I think that's what's happening right now. You, power, bro. Magic teleportation device. Okay, oh yeah, I forgot about this. That was bad. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, outside of the capital wasteland, all water is irradiated. So, like, if you have like open sores and shit, you're basically just pouring radiation into it, shit like that. Oops. Wow, they're moving. That bulkhead is composed of a special alloy, extremely tough. Ordinary fire won't leave a mark, I'm afraid. We need to divert all power to the Magitech cannon, as I did at Castro. The armor score is likely to expire from the strain, but there's no help for it if we want to press on. Now listen well. Press and control, engage ancillary, and then fire away. Don't mind the warning lights. Right, me alone did that. Let's say that machine is like from one of the first 3 Final Fantasy games. You're a natural at this, right? Alright, the way is clear, but it's just you and the 2 others. Alright, let it go. It's dead. Jesus Christ, what am I gonna have a funeral for it? You get it by completing the story mission. I got one. We're doing this already. You've been leaving a fine mess in your wake, adventurer. Is someone there? Garland, old friend. How it warms the heart to hear your voice again after all these years. Nero, is that you? You sound well. It would seem this savage land agrees with you. The highest ranking tribunes of the 14. It was you all along? Tell me, Garland, how long do you intend to keep the glory all for yourself? What? You've lost me. Yeah. Don't play the fool with me. Ever since the academy, I have been condemned to live in your shadow. By all objective measure, I was the more talented of the 2 of us, yet the fact contained for naught beside your privileged birth. You were admired as the young prodigy simply because your father was the great, modest non-Garland. When you defected, I felt sure my star would finally rise. But by disappearing, you acquired the status of a legend, your reputed genius gaining credits merely by a dint of your absence. Instead of cursing you for a traitor, the people actually came to think of you more fondly. To this day, you are still the young prodigy. I, meanwhile, have ever been made to feel second-rate, I who have continued to serve our nation faithfully. Whenever I fail to excel, why, it is only to be expected. Yet when I exceed all reasonable expectations, people proclaim that I walk in the footsteps of the great sin. Nero, I don't know what to say. It matters not a whit what I achieve. Your existence has rendered mine worthless. Even Lord Van Belser saw fit to offer you a place at his side, and in this, despite of your betrayal. Did he extend any such offer to me, the man who has remained loyal to him for all these years? Why, no, he did not. Long have I endured this injustice, but no more. Lord Van Belser is in the midst of activating the fully powered ultimate weapon. My magnum opus, the creation that will win me recognition, I am due. Nero, what are you... Ever since I set foot in this benighted land, I have watched you, every move you have made, every step you have taken. You have felled icons, made feat of possible by echo, a particular power that shields you from a corrupting influence. It is of little wonder that my lord has taken interest in you. As have I, truth be told, for it is my desire to harness your power for my own use. Okay, he looks like a Power Ranger, but that's clearly from Warhammer. I'm just saying. Should I succeed, Lord Van Belser will surely take notice. Besides this, Garland's achievements will be as child's play. Come, adventure, and yield to me the secrets of your power. Started something. changes nothing. Oh, they all shut off the lights. Disappear routine. The ultimate weapon is activated and it brims with the power of icons. Nothing can withstand its might. Are you alright? What of Nero? Fled? Damn it! The instant prior to the blackout, instruments detected a massive power surge from the deepest chamber. Gaius is certain to be in there. Word arrived from the Alliance a short while ago. It seems the Order of the Twin Adder has completed its blockade of the Castum Century. What hands they can spare are hastening this way as we speak, and likewise for the Maelstrom, and what's left to destroy the ultimate weapon. I should warn you, the chamber which houses the target appears to be saturated with etheric energies. There's bound to be heavy interference. But even if we lose contact, you must go on. Just don't do anything I wouldn't do, alright? Alright, 2 more phases to this.
Control panel. It'll be somewhere nearby. Take the lid down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the ultimate weapon.
Actual voice acting. Look at that.
Do you believe in Eorzea? Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception. It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind. Which is strange, is it not? Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well in Cartano and call them down? They will answer, so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different from those of the beasts. Icons, every one. Except for this, and you will see how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Soir, to grovel at their feet? The answer: your masters lack the strength to do otherwise. For the world of man to mean anything, man must truth will prove its salvation. Come, champion of Eorzea. Face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule. It is only right that I should take your realm, for none among you has the power to stop me.
We could really use some more
To be
tanks,
so hard-pressed.
especially with 2 new DPS classes coming out. Tanks and healers are going to be in high demand.
Your strength is most impressive. Such power befits a ruler. Yet, you lack the resolve to put it to proper use. A waste.
phase. Oh no, that was it. Okay, good. Great. Wow, we got through quite a bit of levels for Ninja. I was meant to be fishing all day, which is what I know. Still not even close to my thunder weather that I need either. But I think that's gonna do it for me today. I'm gonna be back tomorrow, hopefully, you know, with correct audio and everything. But I didn't have any crashes today. I had 2 non-game ending errors, but that was about it. But bravo, as always. Thanks for hanging out with me and checking in. And for anyone that watches now or later, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys later.